I'm going to take the stream and just share it to Facebook. That's the path of least resistance right there.
What's wrong with just simul streaming the...
Huh? I don't want to take the time to set it up in OBS, and I don't want to download Streamlabs. There's a plugin for OBS that makes it work, but my plugin is out of date, and I don't want to update it. So I can just share the link. Don't even have a nice fancy backdrop or a green screen. It's just the dirty back. But we are live now. Let's see if I can get this to work. Live. Okay, says that we're live and we got a good bit rate. There we go. Share to Facebook. I hope we see some fire too, Mr. Lopez.
Hey, Zach.
Mm-hmm.
So with these, did you want me to separate them into the other bins?
Those are inconsequential for now. Don't worry about them. We don't really make any benefit by putting what's in there in smaller right now. So just leave them.
What is happening?
Come join us for the fun.
Oh, we have so many orders.
Does this work properly? Oh my god. They don't even let you post the... There we go. All right. Okay, how's it going, everybody? This is Zach with Cardinal Gaming and Repair. We are opening 5 cases of Dominaria Remastered Draft Booster Box today. Yesterday, I opened a single collector's booster box, and I don't know if I opened a good box or not. I did open a foil Force of Will, and a foil borderless Force of Will, and a old border foil Urza, and then a bunch of seemingly mid-range good stuff. Whether I did good or not doesn't really matter. I had a lot of fun opening this box. This set definitely does a really good job of satisfying old players, people who've been around for a long time. I started playing Magic right when Judgment first came out, and of course, you know, if we took the time to go through each of these cards, you'd be able to see a lot of nods to that era and times before it. So for me, it has been a it's been a fun experience opening packs and, you know, taking a step back into my childhood. And we're probably not going to get to do as much of that today because we're going to be speedrunning a lot of this. Really going to take time to look at potential value, stuff like that, everything else. Got a little 5K right next to me to fill up. Once that gets filled up, ooh, I need a trash can. That's the last piece of the puzzle. That's too small. There's too much going on here. All right. The last piece of the puzzle has been placed, and now we can start chugging through a bunch of packs. So first pack, oh, this is weird how they have it set up. So you have your rare, your old border, your foil, and your land. I'm not gonna do anything but take out rares and foils. Everything else can get sorted by our Roka sorter, so it does not need to be separated. Let's get our trash can a little better. We'll place a little better. All right, now I'm set up for high volume. Ooh, Sulfur Falls in the rare slot. Everything else, no foil in that pack. We're gonna be here. Let's see if I can. There we go. We'll do it like this so we don't have foil shine with our not ideal lighting setup. Another harbor. No foils. Another check land. What I really wanted out of my box was one or two, man, here we are, like check lands everywhere. I wanted to get a play set, not a play set, but I wanted to get one of each of the old border foil check lands. I think those are going to be really good performers in this set. Hey, old border birds, that's hot. Old border birds. If I'm not loud enough, or I'm too loud, or something in the stream isn't working right, feel free to let me know. I can dial it in and make it a little better for everybody. I just kind of foil old border Denizens into the Deep. I didn't know that they had old border foils in the standard draft booster packs. That's actually really exciting. That definitely increases the, well, I kind of thought that since they had collector's boosters that they would have stuff that was only available. Hey, Worldly Tutor. Out of the pack. Damn. Oh, we don't need to worry about that. Borderless Worldly Tutor foil. So I kind of figured there'd be like Tatiova old border foil. That's cute. Mystical Tutor. All right. So far we're I think we're doing pretty good. The value in these packs definitely seems to be here. Siege Gang, Goblin Matron, that's cute. I remember having a mean Goblin deck back when Siege Gang Commander was back in Standard. I think that was Onslaught, Dark Depths. These beautiful, beautiful lands. One of my favorite things about getting a collector's box was I got all the beautiful old border lands I could ask for. Isolated Chapel. We're really rounding out the check lands here. Lots of check lands, and I'm not upset about that. I like the check lands. I think they're ooh, old border foil Frantic Search. That's, and an Exploration. Like, I don't know if they just like did a good job curating this set list to make the opening experience that much better, because it just feels like Birds of Paradise. It just feels like and it was the case even with my box, where it just felt like I was getting consistently good packs. Like, most of my packs weren't anything crazy, but I didn't feel terrible about the packs that I opened, with the exception of a select few. Obsidian's Reclamation, that's a good. I didn't even know that card existed until I opened it last night. I do kind of a half-butted job at going over the spoilers. I really just look at the big stuff and that's it. Nut Collector. When this is full, it'll be a full 1K?
Yep.
Okay. Divine Sacrament. Ooh. Borderless Street Wraith. That's cute. I like it. Lots of I have to give it to Magic. Wizards, whatever you want to call them. Did I just miss the Umbilicus? They did a fantastic job of curating this set list. Foil Arcanus and Managerial. Like, I remember, I was in love with Arcanus when he first came out. The legends from the Onslaught block, definitely nostalgia, but some of my favorites. Arcanus definitely being one of them. It was like the green guy. He had a Mystical Tutor Old Border. He had it was all like they were playing in a Coliseum, if I remember correctly. And there was Jareth, and I can't remember the green guy. I don't think it was Kamal. Hey, Sneak Attack. I forgot that was even in this set. Oh, it's like, I think it starts with an R. There's like vines around him. I don't remember every color's Stroke of Genius for some hot garbage. What's the chase? Honestly, I wouldn't say there's one chase card in this. There's really like, there's a lot of good cards.
Borderless Foil Force of Will is the most expensive card in the set right now.
Old Border Force of Will foil is more expensive than Borderless. Yeah, because I got the Borderless Force of Will, and I was like, oh yeah. And then I looked up the Old Border, and I was like, it's up there, but it's not up there Absorb. It's not up there like the Old Border is. But yeah, Force of Will is definitely top contender. You have your Urza, Confiscate, Glory for some garbage. All glory to the garbage. There's just like a lot of really good mid-range in this set. Not a lot to be upset with. In a standard box, like we're one box in, and we'll use this box as the Goblin Medics Clip Chop Retreat. Really got most of the checks already, if not all of them. There's a lot of really good mid-range reprints in this set. The tutors, of course, the one-drop tutors are all really good. Lotus Blossom. I haven't gone over the full set list to know what's in there. I know the cards that I like that I either did or did not get, Crawl Space. But outside of that, definitely Force of Will is probably is definitely the number one, but I'm not too focused on that compared to just all the other really good mid-range value that exists. A lot of the playable stuff in multiple formats that exist that you can get out of this set. Aside from the fact that it's just a really fun opening experience for older players, people who are around when these cards were first coming out. Vampiric Tutor, like seriously, I think we got all the tutors. Pretty sure we did get every single one of the tutors, and this box has been doing very well for us. So we'll use this box, since it's our first box, to go over everything and see, like, you know, what our spread was, at least from a one box sample size Mystic Remora. Didn't get anything crazy in the foil slot. Our foil rare for the box was Arcanus. Cool to me. We got a foil rare, Denizen of the Deep, Old Border. The Old Border foils are my favorite. I'm crazy about them, and I love seeing them every chance we get. Kind of wasn't very happy about them reprinting Old Borders with the same art, but I'm not going to complain. Overall, this set has been fantastic. Mystic Remore is probably going to take a big hit on price now that it's widely available. Availability was probably its biggest limiting factor. Sneak Attack, Mystical Tutor. I'm probably going to forget some actual good stuff as I go through this Savines. Birds, Exploration, the checks, Dark Depths, Tutor, another bird, some checks. Yeah, so like these kind of, I probably missed something good, but I'm not a professional. This kind of spread out of a single box, in my mind, seems pretty good to me. Honestly, I'm not upset about it at all. We'll put those off to the side. Box number 2. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun. We're drafting this set Friday. It's going to be a best of 1 turbo draft. I'll be there drafting the same. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the draft experience is like with this set. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, my bias is real. Box number 2. I got an hour and a half of doing it. Ooh, that borderless Birds of Paradise right out of the gate. That's a good one. I definitely can say there's cards from what I looked at, Divine Sacrament. From what I looked at, there's the Old Border version is better to me, and then in some of them the borderless is better to me. Like the Oversold Cemetery, borderless is way better in my opinion. Sylvan Library, there's another hot one. Grim Lavamancer for some garbage. Gotta have a little bit of garbage. Some garbage is necessary. Of course, Grim Lavamancer used to not be garbage, but you know, times change. Power creep happens. Last chance. This is one where I definitely like the borderless more than the Old Border because they not only have different art, but they also have different flavor text, and the combination of this art and this flavor text, I don't know if it's going to zoom, no reinforcements, nowhere to retreat, nothing to lose. That's badass to me. I'm about that. I don't think I'd necessarily play that card unless I had some type of like trigger deck that stops triggers, or that, like, what is that? That one commander that was like, it's like in the turn. Definitely situations where that card is darn good, but there's a Maze of Ith. I think that card's going to take a big hit with this set. A lot of these cards, where before the limiting factor was just availability from lack of reprints, we're going to see a lot of these cards level out and be repriced to an appropriate price for a card that's not on the reserve list or anything like that. Mystic Remora being probably one of the best. Oh my gosh! Oh, Yawgmoth, they're in position. Foil. It's not the best, but it's darn up there. That's a good one. We're going to see a lot of cards repriced to more appropriate ranges. Windborne Muse. And I think that's a good thing. I like accessibility from a casual player's perspective. Ooh, Chainer in the Old Border, or in the borderless. From the aspect of getting more people to play and not gating gemstone mine, not gating formats to a dollar bill. I like when they reprint good stuff. World Gorger Dragon. That's a funny one. Also, like, that's one of the cards when I was a kid. Like, why would anybody ever run this? And then now it's like, okay, people have figured out how to break World Gorger Dragon. Old Border Zur. That's pretty cool. I'd really like to see a foil of him. I had a Zur commander deck once upon a time and had a lot of fun with it. That's one of those decks where it can be as good or as bad as you want it to be. And I had both ends of the spectrum. I don't know why I put Zur. He's not foil. Lieutenant Kurtar, another one that I remember from back in the day. I'm sure there's probably a good way to abuse him, but even still, he doesn't really seem that good. Another Lieutenant Kurtar, and no goodness from that pack. No foil, or a good card otherwise. Jester's Cap. This is another one. Both arts of the Jester's Cap are good. The borderless art is undeniably better. Undeniably. Same with the Gauntlet of Power. The Gauntlet of Power borderless is Hinterland Harbor is definitely a more enjoyable art than the old border version. Cryptic Gateway. I think that's gonna. I don't think that card's seen a lot of reprints. So if it was very expensive before, it probably won't be as much now. Another Denizen of the Deep for some garbage. Old Border Foil Tear. That's cute. And hey, we spoke it into existence. A Gauntlet of Power. Got a long way to go. 28 boxes and a third. Worldly Tutor in the Old Border. That's a good one. Part of me wishes that I might go ahead and just buy me a regular booster box too, because just the amount of cards that you get in this, and if you don't want everything fancy, the draft booster box, now that I'm seeing that you're able to get at least I think just about the full range of possibilities that you'd get out of a collector's box, definitely argues a good case for the draft booster box. Mystical Tutor. And this is kind of setting up to create another good example of just these boxes being really good for mid-range. Really good spread of mid-range stuff. Sapling Symbiosis. I don't know if that's good or not. So what's going to happen here is if I'm not able to finish this 5-case opening before 3:30, then we're going to swap places and we'll have somebody come out and finish up the stream. So we get a full 5-case spread on the stream today, one way or the other. And it's definitely going to be a grind. It's already starting to feel like it. I'm only 2 boxes in. 2 of 30. That's cool. Zur, nothing crazy. Absorb. Still nothing crazy. Last pack of the box. Overmaster. A foil Wretched and New Red. So, say this box might have been a little weaker than the box before it, but even still, I'd consider it a pretty good box. The foil Yawgmoth at the beginning was a very strong card. Box number 3. First pack, stroke. First pack gave me a stroke. Not a bad card. Well, I guess it's not fair to call it a bad card. Ah, foil borderless Grim Lavamancer. Not the foil borderless that I really want to see, but it's still definitely good looking. Hey Austin, this box is good. Absorb and the old border. Here, take this last pack just to round it out. Sweet. Alright, now we got our first sort of Dominaria Remastered going to get it all put together for us. Sapperling Symbiosis. And now I get to start putting into a 5K instead of Birds of Paradise. There's a little uptick from our first couple bad packs. I don't know if we consider Grim Lavamancer's borderless foil a bad pack, but yeah, definitely seeing that you get the full spread of possible pulls that you'd get from a Dark Depths, from a collector's box, makes me a lot more enthusiastic about buying draft boosters. In hopes that you can get some of the high-end hits, because before I thought it was just, well, you can get up to a certain point, but you're not going to be able to get the certain versions of it. So it's good to see that that's not the case. Spark Spray, borderless Denizen, borderless Citizen of the Deep. Vexing Sphinx. Some of I think there's going to definitely be some good cards in the common uncommon slot that get an old border foil printing that are gonna hold some good value, or cards that were old border previously that did not have a foil variant that now have a foil variant. Most notably, you got our time stretch. Most notably, Elvish Spirit Guide. They reprinted that, and now that has an old border foil printing that I don't believe it had before. So, cards like that and like Street Wraith, not having an old border printing. I pulled an old border foil Street Wraith, and those are definitely going to be demanded cards in the common uncommon slot. Forgotten Ancient. That's nothing crazy. I wish I could remember that guy's name from Onslaught. The green legendary creature, Body Snatcher. What is his name? It's like, I think it starts with an R. I don't want to take the time to look it up. That's too much work. Nature's Lore. A Stroke of Genius with a hard corner for our second stroke. I'm going to stroke twice in this set. If we do it any more times on stream, it might be a problem. Get us some Wild Dogs in the old border foil. That's cute. I didn't even know that card existed. Woodland Cemetery. I guess the one good thing about collector's packs is the foil lands in every pack, and that's definitely nice. There's blueprints. Ooh, that's the second one of those we've gotten. The Birds of Paradise in Borderless. Weird how nostalgia works though, because it's just that one does not hit the same for me as the original one does. Divine Sacrament, nothing else. I think this is, I'm actually, the more of this that I open, the more excited that I get to draft. There's our foil Old Border, along with a Gemstone Mine. Sulfuric Vortex. Azure. Cackling Fiend in foil, and a Test of Endurance in the Borderless variation. That's cute. We've been live for 30 minutes and we've opened 3 boxes, so that's a box every 10 minutes. Yeah, a box every 10 minutes. We should be faster than that. I mean, the only way I guess it could really be faster is if we did not even look at the cards. But there's no fun in that. Might as well not even stream if we're going to do that. Split card and a Lyra Dawnbringer. She was, her first printing was in the original Dominaria, if I remember correctly. Flame Tongue Kavu, Mystical Tutor, there we go. Something a little good. Definitely say I feel like this box has been a little weaker than our previous 2, but we're not done yet, so it still has a chance to redeem itself. Shivan Dragon, not redeeming itself yet. That's definitely not one we want to see. Isolated Chapel with a hard corner. Siege Gang and Borderless. Alright, we got 4 packs left. We really need something these last 4 to round out this box. Cryptic Gateway. Maze, an Old Border, 2 packs left. Sylvan Library, that's a good one, and a Stroke of Genius. Third stroke on stream in 1 box, and hope you guys don't think too badly of me. All right, last pack. Oh my gosh, yep, a failure ending with a Windborn Muse. So we have our 3rd box out of the way. I repurposed my repair area just so I had a place to do this. Path of Least Resistance. Crawl space on the first pack. Snap. And a Soul Canar, the Swamp King. That's definitely a bad card. Divine Sacrament. Lieutenant. Keep feeling like this N is something on the mat that needs to go, but it is not. It is just. Ooh. Oh boy. There we go. A good hit from this box. The foil borderless Worldly Tutor. Good start. Good start to our third box when our second box was less desirable. Old Border Entomb to follow it up. That's a good one. I got an Old Border foil one in my collector's box last night. I was happy about that. Decimate in the rare slot. You know, that's it's funny that you say that, Kevin, because the professor said the exact same thing. And I could not agree with it more. This set feels like discounted Masters. Cheap Masters. And I think that is a very good move. I don't think that it was intentional, necessarily. But if Wizards really wanted to, or if Hasbro, to expand, wanted to emphasize cash cows, this is how you do it. All the other stuff, you don't. That Sylvan Library Old Border, yeah, this box is really cranking it up. You're upsetting a lot less people with stuff like this than you are with 30th anniversary. Mind Slicer. I actually need one of those. So, you know, turns out that, like, hey, making genuinely good sets that are packed with relevant value and having them be price accessible is a good formula to make money. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought? I mean, yeah, there's a lot more that goes into packaging costs and making Old Border foil Jor-El and a Naboria that go into, you know, putting out this much more physical product than, say, you know, the 30th anniversary box or whatever it's called. Sol Canar. Have to get a little bit of garbage. But hopefully they will see the overwhelming success of this set and use it as an example to apply to sets moving forward, because this already, like, the only thing that I feel like really took away, and I don't know, I can't remember if there were any other sets that didn't really have like a really good land cycle, but I wish the land cycle would have been a little better. But on the other side, having accessibility to Old Border checks is really nice when those, hey, Old Border check, just spoke it into existence. Having access to Old Border checks when they haven't existed up until now is pretty cool, so it's at least understandable. I wish they would have done Old Border fetches, but if they did Old Border, well, yeah, Old Border friendly fetches would have been a good way to round out from Modern Horizons, and would have been thematically in tune because they came out in the Onslaught block. Forgotten Ancient. But yeah, all the big names on YouTube seem to be collectively gathering around DMR as a home run and Chain Lightning foil, and I agree with them entirely. I think this is a home run set. It is going to sell very well. We are probably going to run into supply issues, and hopefully that doesn't complicate things too much. But there's the Incubator and Borderless. That's a really cool art. But I don't know the exact box values at the moment, but I would I would venture to say they're probably somewhere in the 175 to 200 range, to estimate. And I think I think this set is going to be bought in large quantities, and it may even create a good excuse to kind of get in before things get much worse, because as soon as supply becomes an issue, we could see these boxes, get into the 200, 225, maybe even 250. But I don't like to speculate too much. I like to order enough product to ride the wave. And in this case, we ordered at least a heavy amount of draft boosters, so we will get to ride the wave. If they end up flatlining and settling to a reasonable price, this set will still sell strongly enough for us to be comfortable with having it on our shelves for a while. And if the prices explode, then we can seize the opportunity and make some additional money along the way. I don't know why I pulled out Spirit Monger. He tricked me. He used to be rare. He used to be, not anymore. Crawl space in the old border. Cloud of Fairies and a Last Chance. See, there's the other art for Last Chance. It's the art is definitely not as like, I don't know, doesn't really build up as well as the other art does, and then the flavor text is also in my opinion substantially worse. Let's see if we get any benefit out of doing a good zoom. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Oh. In terms of box values, I can't say. I could say of the 3 that we've opened up so far, maybe 1 has been kind of weak, but the first 2 definitely were strong. Well, at least the there's probably a way for me to fix that glare. Okay, so if we could put something right here, our glare would be fixed. We'll just have to deal with the glare. I can't do anything about it. But at least now we have some up close and personal with our got our Forgotten Ancient. Nothing else. Did I see your email about the ETB sleeves? I'm assuming you probably emailed Mason. So I did not, and I try to not see stuff in that realm because it doesn't really have a lot to do with me.
We have a bit of an issue.
Oh gosh, what?
It is only scanning about 60% or 40% of the cards. The rest of them are being rejected.
Message support and see if they have anything. Maybe changing the way that they look at the cards might help. But other than that, I would probably just assume we'll have to do some good old-fashioned manual hand sorting. Clifftop Retreat. Either way, we have wrong spot. Either way, we have a little bit of time to, at the very least, pull out what we've pre-sold. I'm only here opening Magic because I actually like Magic. Otherwise, the TCG department is not my department, and I try not to stick my nose in its business any more than I have to, at least to the extent that I can suggest stuff that may or may not make us more money. Otherwise, Not my pig, not my farm, as we commonly say here at Cardinal Gaming. That is the motto of our operation. Categories of operations are best left to the professionals. And I am only professional at so many things. But in Mason's defense, sometimes, as with any business owner, you have to kind of ping us multiple times in order to get through sometimes. We end up dealing with a lot of stuff across multiple different aspects of business ownership, so sometimes stuff slips through the cracks. It happens. I know it happens with me, and with him being our YouTube personality, I'm sure it happens to him even more than it does to me. Magic was okay until they sold their entire fan base down the river. Never spend a penny on WotC. That is a very... Oh, I love that art for Entomb. That is a very, I don't know, permanent way of looking. There's a better word. Better permanent way of looking at things. I think that the bad decisions that Magic has made here recently, Force of Will, this box is coming out really strong. We got the Borderless Entomb and the Force of Will. I think it creates a good learning experience, and even gigantic scale operations need to make mistakes so that their customer base can lead them down the correct path. So I'm not gonna. I've liked Magic since 2001. I didn't like a lot of the decisions that they've been making, especially as a person who owns a oversold cemetery. As a person who owns a business that depends on the sustainability of their game. But it's, in my mind, it's definitely not enough to pull my hands out of the pot. No desire to pull my hands out of the pot. Hunting grounds, that's a good one. When it comes to Magic, because they will correct. I believe that even Hasbro, in their infinite ignorance when it comes to the needs of their customer base, will pivot and reposition to better aligning with their customer base. I believe in Wizards. Yeah, you're probably not wrong, Kenny, but that would probably aggravate me because Mason doesn't know a whole lot about Magic, at least in regards to this, like the historical aspect, the relevance of a lot of these cards. I mean, he knows heavy hitters. You know, he knows the Force of Will and the Tutors, but he's only going to really be able to speak about Magic in this capacity from the outside because he's not really into the game very much. He is into Magic the same way that I am into Pokemon. Probably even less so, because I have some enthusiasm about Pokemon, at least. Well, not the card game. I have zero enthusiasm about the card game, but not that I don't believe in it. I am indifferent to it. It does not appeal to me from a collector or player aspect. Magic, when I was a kid, was, of the three that I played, the one that stuck around. It would be like me going behind him and trying to talk about Pokemon when I don't know I don't know a fraction of what that man knows about Pokemon. And I like it that way. He can speak more of the magic as it affects or pertains to business ownership, but in terms of like, being an enthusiastic collector, player, etc., he's not the guy. I'm not going to speak to how much he's into Magic, but he's not into it. He doesn't buy cards. He doesn't play the game. I think he knows how to play. I know how to play Pokemon, but I only learned as a meme so I could enter tournaments with a really painful deck that wasn't fun to play against, just to bother people. And I had fun with that for like 2 weeks and stopped playing. Jester's Cap. Yeah, his experience with Magic is more, business ownership side of things. Less, old border versus blueprints foil. But either way, and that would tying up both of us in that capacity would be a very, very bad decision. I'm only opening these packs because I like to open packs of Magic saplings, and figured if I'm gonna do it, might as well do it on stream. So here we are. Polluted Mire in the foil. Mystic Remora. I think that's going to be a $5 card at max once a good supply hits the market. Vexing Sphinx. Rith in the old border. Honestly, a lot of the recent sneak attack. A lot of the recent stuff that's been going on with Magic has made me even more bullish when it comes to how we buy and figuring out allocations and how much we pay on stuff. And I think Magic has a lot of opportunity, even with all of the bad stuff that has been going on recently, and all of the infinite. I know I probably already said this in some capacity, but and all of the infinite power that Hasbro has to make it whatever they want, they will eventually fold to the will of the players and the collectors, and there will be some sense of return to a form of normalcy. Or not, Mystical Tutor in the foil, that's a good one. And a Worldly Tutor, double tutor pack. That's hot. That's hot. And Arcades. I honestly, I don't want to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Only from the aspect that it is a part of our business that suffers severely from, and Enlightenment Tutor, it suffers severely from a lack of knowledge and enthusiasm, because from a marketplace perspective, there is a huge slice of pie to take. That was a good box, honestly. That was a box number 4. That was a heavy hitter. There's a huge slice of the TCG realm pie that Yu-Gi-Oh! Fills, and for the person who knows how to navigate it, and the stores that know how to monetize it, they make us look bad comparatively. That is just that's what happens when you don't have knowledge and enthusiasm behind stuff. It's hard to really know what to do. And Mason's knowledge and enthusiasm for Pokemon, my knowledge and enthusiasm for Magic, and then our collective employees' knowledge and enthusiasm about the games that we play or that we stock, all create good setups for the card games that we do well in. But that setup does not exist for Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's something that I'm always upset about. Legacy Weapon and the extended art foil, that's cute. I can't speak on Yu-Gi-Oh! Any more than that because I don't know a lot about. I know a lot of people. I hear a lot of people complain about like the double Nantuko Shade Pack. I hear a lot of people complain about the like the state of play for Yu-Gi-Oh! With like a lot of OTKs and stuff like that. Old Boris Savine's Reclamation, but for as much as I hear people complain about it, you know, there's a lot of people still buying it, a lot of people still playing it. So either they're masochists or there is something else about the game that they enjoy in Light & Tutor that keeps them playing it. So the only thing that I can do is look at it from the outside, upset that we don't capture that piece of the pie as well as I'd like for us to. Hunter. Huh?
Oh, you're doing it right.
I'm 5 boxes in now. No, I'm 6 boxes in. Yeah, see, it becomes a lot easier to bear when you just start talking for an indefinite period of time.
Well, have fun with it.
Yeah. Helm of Awakening. Was it the sort function we were using, or the card recognition function we were using?
No, it was there is a checkbox that says if a card doesn't have a price.
Oh yeah, because a lot of those.
If you uncheck that, and then instead of price shifting for 15 cents and under, I'm just doing full set name.
Yeah, cool. Let's make it happen. Let's put that machine to good use. I'm not. That's another card game that I can't talk about because I don't know a whole lot about it. But the guy behind me, he has seemingly infinite enthusiasm about Flesh and Blood. So our business tends to ride off of that. He's our TCG manager, and he's also like a big part of the local Flesh and Blood community. So we're one of the bigger Flesh and Blood stores in our immediate area, if I understand correctly, and at the very least, it seems like it performs well enough for us to maintain presence in the game. But that's another one of those. I don't know it, and the only way I would know it, at least in terms of how it does for our business, is if I went in and started looking at, categorical, how it does on TCG Player, how it does in our store, et cetera, and I'm not doing that anytime soon. There are way bigger fish for us to fry before worrying about doing stuff like that. Renewed Faith, and a Windborne Muse for hot garbage in 2 slots. Mystical Tutor in the borderless. That is acceptable. Yeah, honestly, even for somebody who has a lot of enthusiasm for Magic, I don't really I don't really put a lot of effort into keeping up with card prices, just because that's not the aspect of the business that I put a lot of my attention into, because there's already plenty of people whose job it is to do that. I just focus on fixing stuff and buying stuff. My favorite things to do, and opening packs of Magic. Triskelion in the old border. I think this will be the first old border foil printing of Triskelion, if I understand correctly. Sabine's Reclamation. Wormfang Drake, not a good one, but of course it's a manifestation of the time that I started playing, but I really like the Odyssey block in general. Odyssey, Judgment, Torment, not in that order, Odyssey, Torment, Judgment. But it was a great time to start playing Magic. Grim Lavamancer. Yeah, I'm starting to get my son into Magic. He's 8 years old, and it's at that point now where he can actually like play card games, and I've only got to play one good game with him yet, but he was able to pick it up relatively quick and have a lot of fun with it. But honestly, this is the most that I do with trading cards in our store, other than complaining. Outside of complaining to our TCG people to change things, and whether or not we implement those changes. That's a bad way of putting, suggesting new ideas and seeing if they find value in implementing them. It's good to be in a position where you don't have to worry about every aspect of your business, and I try not to take that for granted in any capacity, because this business in its entirety is a hell of a lot to keep an eye over, especially if you don't have knowledge or enthusiasm about it. But it works well on the obverse, because Mason, for example, doesn't have to spend a lot of time dwelling in the realm of the repair aspect of our operation, or the buy-sell aspect of our operation that doesn't really pertain to TCGs, because we do a whole lot with like refurbishing game consoles, putting them on Amazon, putting a lot of stuff on eBay, things like that. And Mason spends a lot of his time in the distribution realm, buying stuff for the store, and of course a lot with Pokemon. And I spend most of my time sitting at this exact spot fixing stuff to either put out for sale in our store or put up for sale online. And between those two things and everything else that we do in the store, yeah, see, that's the version of Jester's Cap that I like a lot more. We have good people to take care of that stuff. Like our head manager is also the person who does a lot of our back end. Are Magic Packs weighable? I do not believe so. Don't quote me, but I don't think they have a Yawgmoth in the old border. I don't think that they have been for a very long time. In the entire history of us selling packs, I've never seen anybody break out a scale and try to weigh anything. In that same defense, I've never seen that with Pokemon either, but I would probably tell them to go fly a kite. Dark depths in the borderless. It's a beautiful art. I really like that. Mystical Tutor. All right, we're keeping the momentum here. These packs are not unbearable to open, which is very good. Umbilicus. So it probably references umbilical cord, so it's probably umbilicus. Ain't nobody got time for Googling. I've only got time for opening packs, and I'm definitely not going to make it. It is 2:50, and I have until 3:30, so I have 40 minutes of pack openings. Arborea, Tiana. We're going to gamble. Yeah, I do remember hearing stuff about Magic being mappable to some extent. That I have heard of previously, but in terms of weighable, definitely not. Hey, Birds of Paradise in beautiful Mark Poole art. Timeless. See, that's one of those things, like if I ended up getting the what do you call it? The extended art foil version of Birds, I'd probably sell it just because I really don't care about the art that much. Phantom Shelby. Decimate in the old border. Crawl Space. Street Wraith and a Lotus Blossom. The fatigue is setting in. Savine's Reclamation. Vexing Sphinx. Well, at the very least, our website that may not even work right now is available. Hey, does our website work right now?
Yeah.
It does?
Yeah.
When you go to cardinalgaming.com, where does it navigate to?
No, it's a different URL.
So the redirect doesn't work yet. I had coffee this morning, but I don't like drinking coffee any later than like noon because then I will stay up until like 2 in the morning, and laying in bed for 4 hours is absolutely miserable when you can't fall asleep. So I try to avoid that, like I avoid not getting sneak attacks. Never want to avoid getting a sneak attack. Cliff Chop Retreat in the old border. Still haven't seen a singular old border foil check.
Did you want me to label all of these?
Don't worry about labeling until everything has a place. Unless everything already has a place. We don't have long labels yet, do we? If we have long labels, I talked to Jay because Jay knows the status on long labels, because it turned out the long labels that we had that we ordered recently were also easy peel. Jay knows where we're at on long labels. If we don't have non-easy peels, then something else. Phantom Neshoba. That was Phantom Neshoba is actually one of my favorite cards that was Judgment. I think there was a starter deck even that had Phantom Neshoba in it, if I remember correctly. One of my favorite cards from back in the day. I love the Phantom, the whole Phantom set. Instead of it dying, you just remove a counter. Cool ability. Functionally dead cards now, otherwise. Maze. Functionally dead cards now. Ooh! The extended art foil Dark Depths. That's hot. Arcanus. Hey, see, that's the art that I like. The Oversold Cemetery. That's cute. That's cute. Oh, you know, I should probably spend some time charging our other. Where is it at? We need a charger. Oh, right here. All right, we still got good charge on my fancy wireless mic. We got the other one on standby in case this one dies.
These are not the labels you're referring to, right?
I know nothing. If they're easy peel, then did you corroborate with Jay? Because Jay was the one who initially found out that we had long, easy peels. All right, we're getting there. Our stack of rares and foils is ever growing. I'm looking forward to that sort we do. That's all rares, and then another one that's all foils. One thing I never get tired of is seeing our card sorter work for us. It's been, I think, 2 years since we bought it, and even though we really didn't figure out how to use it properly until we were a good ways and of ownership. How we have it set up now is definitely it is support on it. It's $3,000 a year, and that's taking care of consumables and any kind of repair issues that we might have. You can't find an employee for $3,000 a year. Mystic Remora and it does its job. As often as we set it up to do it, it does its job. That old border birds being cute. So far out of, we're our 1, 2, 3. So we're more than 2 cases in. We've only gotten 1 force of will. That's interesting. Figured we'd have a couple more than the ones we've seen so far, or the one that we've seen so far, but Overmaster. That's another, if I remember correctly, I think that's Torment. Spinal Embrace for the start of our third row in our 5K next to me. Really, I'm happy with the, oh, whoops. I put the Mystic Zealot. There's the Siege Gang Commander. Happy with my setup that I have for opening here. It kind of definitely facilitates a easier process of opening. Zer. Nothing otherwise. I do want to see an old border foil Zer now. But I think they already made one of him, if I remember correctly. I'd put him back together. There's a Vampiric Tutor. There's a good one. I can see myself putting back together Zer. I've been working on building up a good range of commander playables, and that way I can, if I ever want to shift it to a different deck, I already have the base of stuff to be able to do so, and also keep a couple of pre-constructed decks. Nope. Lol, that's gonna. I think that one is a card that hasn't seen an old border foil, so I could see that one being worth a little more than nothing, if anything. Hinterland Harbor. Mystical Tutor in the Borderless. Yeah, this box has been pretty reasonable so far. Entomb, keeping the momentum. Still have also not seen a single old border foil, checkland yet, and that is definitely creating a good case for those being pretty reasonable value. Kamal, man, I remember when he was red. That's my favorite Kamal, not the green one. Red Kamal and Jessica, his little sister, or at least I think it was little sister. I know it's a sister. Little or big, I don't know that. Solkanar. This is a good, maybe, extended Lyra, a Man of War. Maybe we can go back and even try to figure out a good spread for what we ended up getting at all these. That would be good, at least to kind of average out over 5 cases what an EV on a box would be. I think that'd be a good spread to... Hey, second Force of Will in the old border, looking good. It's not foil, but we're not complaining either. Definitely a good looking art. I like that art a lot for Force of Will. It's a pleasing art. Woodland Cemetery. All the checks. None of them foil. And a Worldly Tutor. Man, this box is giving. This box just keeps on giving. Shade. Gotta throw this box a little bit of shade. Mantuco Shade, it's foil Decimate. Mantuco Shade is probably one of my favorite cards in Magic. One of those, it used to be good, now it's not, but I was a big fan of it. I was a big fan of it when I was young and it stuck around. Windborn Muse. All right, this box is slowing down. We got 5 packs left. Let's build it back up. Enlightened Tutor in the old border. There's something. And I think this box might be a good contender for one of the best boxes we've opened so far. Cryptic Gateway. Pashalik Mons. What?
Regarding the labels, these are supposedly the ones. What do you want me to do specifically regarding labeling?
Those are the ones that will stick, or they're not easy peel?
As far as I know, that's what they said.
Print one and see it. Just pull a sticker out, put it on there, and see if it's easy peel or not. If it is, then hard stop. If you can like push it around while it's on there, it's not gonna work. Isolated Chapel to wrap up that box.
Push it around while it is on there.
Yeah.
Not push it around.
So it stays in place. Like once you slap it on there, it does not move. And you have to put a little bit of force. Here, let me try it. I know. Yep, that's good. Send it. Full send. Those are sticky. Oh, everything that doesn't have a label. Relabel all the stuff that, anything that's over in the back that has a short label, relabel all that too. I would, like do it in sections and write down or document everything that needs a label, print them all in bulk, and then go back and label them all. All right, next box. Our stack of rares is taller, as well as our mythics, or our foils. We're supposed to be opening 5 cases. We are opening 5 cases. I won't be able to open all of them, that's for sure. It's already 3 o'clock and I gotta pick up my kids at 3:30 and then go do some, facilitate some bike repairs. I accidentally set us up with a business customer to fix electric bikes for them because I wanted to get their other repairs, and now they just keep having me do, you know, I'm not saying anything, but Sylvan Library to Worldly Tutor and 2 packs, that's good. Now they just keep giving me e-bikes to work on. I keep charging them more than I reasonably feel like we should be, but they keep paying it. But honestly, it's kind of like, you know, the cost of replacing versus how much I'm charging to get it fixed. Definitely cheaper to get them fixed. And there's another deep. That's a bad pack. 2, a bad rare, and a bad foil. Otherwise, I'd just stay here all day and open all 5 cases. And now I get to mix it up a little bit, do a little bit of everything. You know, I do the bike repairs. I don't do those here. I take those to my house. I have a little bike stand and basic hand tools. And I say e-bike like it matters, but it doesn't, because then I'm doing normal bike repairs for these e-bikes, because I guess they either haven't thought to like contact a local bike shop and see if they have like a business set up. I just wanted to fix their laptops and game consoles. And so far I've done like 4 game consoles and laptops and like 5 bikes. And now they say they have 15 more. I did this to myself, but it's money, and you can't complain with people offering you money. Ooh, white main line and the old border, Maze of Ith for not absolute garbage. Rith the Awakener. Spinal Embrace. Gauntlet of Power. I haven't seen a Gauntlet in a while. So we are halfway through our second case, and we haven't seen a single old border foil check land. I'm hyper focused on those old border check lands. I'm going to keep talking about them until we speak one into existence. Looks like cool art. Voice of All. RK Post. He's one of the good ones. Siege Gang. Cryptic Gateway. That's another onslaught. Like it's definitely been good to see all the like Odyssey and Onslaught block stuff. And of course all the stuff before it. I said it earlier in the stream, I'll say it again. They really hit the nail on the head curating this set list. I could take my time and go through these packs and look at the commons and uncommons and have a good time. You got the Dark Depths foil. Have a good old time doing it. Oh yeah, that's what we have a card sorter for. Because I don't disagree with you that that's necessary. But in our case, we are either going to be paying manpower to do it or paying a robot to do it, and the robot wins in the formula of long-term cost versus output. I want another robot, honestly. I'd love to have 2 robots running full speed. And that is that's I know that there's some places that have a good couple robots running all at the same time. And that is a, I am very jealous. I could definitely see us being able to use a second one. There's that extended birds. It's between being able to sort out or run twice the number of cards at one time, and being able to diversify it between a couple different card games. Yeah, that's why I'm not really putting a whole lot of effort into sorting this stuff out, because I'm probably, even with the rares, I'm just gonna let the sorter take care of everything. The foils, we probably we might just run all of it through the sorter. There's not really a reason not to. It's not only does it sort it, but it spits out a spreadsheet that just allows you to import it into TCG Player. So it really sets up for a volume process. Triskelion and a stroke. We're going to stroke the Triskelion. 1/1 counters everywhere. Well, I don't think finding the product is the hard part anymore. I mean, maybe as a new store owner, finding a product is hard, or two strokes. But I mean, even with that, there's a lot of, I don't know if you're speaking more specifically in the realm of Pokemon, but like, and really it seems like the only thing that's hard to find right now for Pokemon is booster boxes. Everything else is, you can get packs one way or the other. So it's not the end of the world, at least with that. But for the box collector, I could see it being a problem. Yeah, this is a good box. And our stack of rares and foils grow. Yeah. In my mind, I'm honestly not that upset about access to product being difficult for new sellers, because we had to grind for a long time to build the relationships that we've built with our distributors for us to be able to order the amount of product that we even get now. What do we do with all that bulk? We value sift it, put everything that's more than 15 cents in a TCG Player, and put everything else into a box that we forget about until the size and number of those boxes warrants us seeking a bulk buyer for our sifted bulk. So we try to, Spinal Embrace for a bad first pack. We try to extract every bit of value that we can out of it, and then send it off to somebody else when we have enough to make it worth it for us and them. Our frame of reference is kind of out of place, because I know some places are specific about werebear, are specific about bulk being sifted or not, but it's like, I don't like the idea of potentially selling boxes of cards that could have value left in them. I think it might even create a good argument for us to be the people buying bulk, so we could run it through our sorter and extract value out of it. We're not in a position to do that yet, because we still have probably about 2.5 million cards, maybe even 3 million cards between all the different card games that we have that are still waiting to be processed, sifted, etc. So that keeps us busy. Between that and stuff like this, cracking volume of new sets, We're not in a situation yet where we need to look at Soul. You're going over here. We're not in a situation yet where we really need to look at purchasing bulk from other people or being aggressive about it. Like ooh, Yawgmoth in the old border, or in the borderless. We buy bulk from people, but our bulk rates are not aggressive because there's not really a reason for us to be aggressive on bulk when we have a metric crap ton of it. 3 million is a lot. It is stacks of 5Ks taller than me, and I am 6'3", 6'2", 6'3" if I wear some good shoes. They're stacks of 5Ks taller than me, and they're too deep, and it's like, you know, multiple quantity. Each 5K is 7,000 cards, so however many 5Ks equates to a stack taller than a 6'2" person, Sabine's Reclamation, and then have that amount be too deep. I could go in the back and count how many, but I think it's like, it's more than 2.5 million, might be less than 3 million, but it's a lot of cards, and it sets us up to not really need to be aggressive on bulk buying because we still have a lot of work to do. Hinterland Harbor. You see how we've been through 2 cases now and still not a single old border check? But we did get a tutor. That makes it better. Sapperling Symbiosis. Yeah, I can only dream about having 250,000 cards in some form of unprocessed state. I would love to have like a constant rotating amount of 250 versus having what we have right now, because it's, you know, it just creates the setup to either need more manpower to get through it or to potentially lose money on it. Either that or just sits and loses money by taking up space, but the space that our stuff takes up is not very valuable space. Ooh, there we go. Foil birds in the extended art, borderless, whatever it is. No, that's borderless, yeah. That is a beautiful one. That is a nice one right there. Yeah, don't be like us and let yourself get swamped with a ridiculous backstock of bulk because you didn't create a good process to get through it and get it accessible to people who want to buy it in a reasonable manner. That was our failure, and now we suffer the results of our poor decision making. Alright, I got 10 minutes left and 2 boxes. Mystic Remora. You gonna be good at, what time did you go on lunch?
I'd have to get off and jump on.
Okay. Alright. We're gonna have Austin come on here and swap me out here in a little bit. You might need to reconfigure some of this stuff a little bit because I've got it set up for my... Ooh, and a Urza. Man, this box is just given to us today. This box is given. We got the foil birds, the Urza. What was the other? The Yawgmoth. Yeah, we got the Urza, Yawgmoth, and the fancy birds. I wish I could tell you, Kevin. That's a... we are so far away from needing to think about taking in bulk in that capacity. I do not have an answer for you. I'd just go on the Facebook groups and see, you know, who has bulk where. Some stores might be open to selling it. I it kind of aggravates me. It kind of aggravates me that people even like continuously pressure us to sell bulk when it's like I have less than zero desire to sell our bulk. It's I'm the idea of letting other people make money off of what I should be able to put together a setup to make money off of myself is that's just either I'm in the wrong business or oversold cemetery, or I don't know what I'm doing, which I guess is also a good example of me being in the wrong business. No mercy. This case opening is giving me no mercy. Gemstone. The gemstone mine. Maze of Ith in the extended art foil, or the borderless foil. And this box has definitely been delivering. This is a good one. We still have packs to go with an exploration to keep it going. And an old border Zur. Mine Slicer. Well, he's accessible now. That's good for me, because I did need one. I imagine he will be... Hi, Mason. Cryptic Gateway. I imagine he will be a very cheap card now that he's had another printing. Jester's Cap in the old border. Last pack, Legacy Weapon, and a foil Spirit Monger. Alright, we have 2 boxes in case number 2 remaining. I should be able, I can go a little longer since I actually closer to school right now than I normally am. Packs, packs, packs. I'm looking forward to seeing the results of this setup once it's all done. Seeing what our numbers out of 5 cases, cost versus expected value out of these cards, itemizing them, and if it creates how good of a case it creates. I imagine it's going to be some kind of good case, but how good of a case is it going to create for doing something like this? And if these boxes end up being the home run that they're starting to look like, then you have to compare expected value versus box price when they become hard to find, and then that could make the equation a little different. But right now, just especially comparing to our wholesale price versus expected value out of these boxes between every slot, I expect there to be a reasonable profit on top, averaging it out. And if the set is really that good, then the box prices will rise to meet that expected value if the boxes are currently too cheap, because it's I don't know exact pricing right now, but if they're sub 200 right now, and you know, box pricing ends up rounding out at around 250, something like that, or expected value ends up averaging out to like 250, then between that and potential limited supply, could create a very good situation for prices on these boxes going up. I would not be in the least bit surprised to see that happen. But that is just my bias. Sapling Symbiosis. That is my bias. I like the set. Dread Return, that's a cute one. And foil, old border. Rith and old border. Chainer, he's always a cool guy. I had a Crick deck a couple years ago, closer to when the Crick deck first actually came out, and Chainer played a part in that deck, and it was a lot of fun. Crick is definitely the best mono black commander for a reason, and his ability is a lot of fun to abuse. Isolated Chapel. My sample size for collector's boosters is a Force of Will. There we go. My sample size for collector's boosters is a lot lower. I haven't seen a lot of collector's boosters open. I think I've seen, like, between mine and the couple that I've seen on YouTube, I haven't seen a whole lot, but these old border checks, I know I'm broken record at this point, Sneak Attack. These old border checks, like, there's 5 of them. I think there's 5 checks that are available in this set, and to not see a single one of them yet. Meanwhile, we've seen a lot of the other foils. Like, it'd be different if there's just one card we're hunting for in foil, but this is 5 different options, and we haven't seen a single one of them. Last Chance. It's bad for me, honestly, when I say this, because I want the full suite of checks, and if I can't buy any easily, then, like, if a card becomes too expensive or inaccessible, then I just sit out, and I don't want to sit out for those. I want the checks. Enlightened Tutor. I'm going to open one more box after this one. Get through 2 cases at least. Arcades. No, don't say that. Now I want to raise the prices. Cross space in the old border. And the Wrath. Wrath is cheap now. Wrath is definitely cheap now. Used to not be.
Counted from Monday to Sunday.
Used to not be. Vexing Sphinx, not Sphinx. Alright, after this box, we have one more box that I'm going to open before we hand it off to Austin. He is our TCG manager, who and also plays a good bit of Magic himself. Flesh and Blood. If you have any Flesh and Blood questions or want to talk about Flesh and Blood, he'll be your guy. I'm sure he'd be enthusiastic to talk about some good old fab. But for now, you guys get one more box of me. And then, oh, this might be a good setup. You're rotating between a couple people to open boxes. Two personalities at two different points of the stream. All right. Next stack done. See, that goes to show you how little I actually know about the card side of our operation. I don't know. I don't know the price of these boxes wholesale. I think I watch a little bit of Rudy, and I think he said something about them being in the 150s, so it's probably going to be about the same for us.
Just getting off as early as possible because there's like a possible shift that happens.
So I am not the person to ask, and unfortunately I'm not going to take the effort to find out either. Kind of don't want to know, especially for collector's boxes. Oh boy, oh boy, got the foil force, old border. Let's go. We were talking about the chase card in the set. Well, you're looking at it. This is a old border foil force of will. Beautiful. Beautiful. We got there. Let me get a probably should have got some sleeves to foil stuff, or to sleeve foils. You got any penny sleeves over here? I just need to cut one even for now. We're not gonna sleeve all the stuff. But this is the chase card, and we chased it. We chased it through 2 cases, which is not a bad. I think the last time I looked at this card, it was like 250, but I definitely expected to go down a considerable amount between now and release, and then even a little after release. But it's not going to go down a ridiculous amount, I don't think. I wouldn't be surprised to see it level out at about 150, which is still darn good. Maybe more than that, because I think that might actually be the only foil force of will in old border that exists. But that's definitely good to see, and it makes the prospect of going through more of this even more exciting. See, we've seen the chase card. Like, the chase card has come and went. No foil checks. Still no foil checks in old border.
Oh my god, that's so hot.
Yeah, I like that art more than the other one too.
I like how they changed the flavor text between the record and the oh my god, it's so cool. Very clean.
Sheesh. No matter how much I try, I can't even speak one into existence. I keep trying. Talked about them the whole stream. I've probably said old border foil check 20 times. We're 2 cases in. Well, see, the funny thing is, this was literally the last box in the second case, so there's not much left to do. Yeah. All right, Austin, I'm not going to be able to finish this box. 337. I'm gonna change the thingy real quick. I'm gonna pass off my
Man, exploration's only $8 now.
Yeah, that's nuts. There you go. There you go. Should just need to plug back in. And then, can I manage this thing from here? Darn it, I can't. Oh well. Well, at least when they click on the stream, they're gonna think that you're Zack.
LOL. Ooh. Does this be working? It does be working.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I had fun with you guys, and probably won't see me do this again until maybe the Phyrexia set, but we'll probably do a mass box opening for that. If y'all can even hear me. Goodbye!
All right. Wait. Walk me through how you have this organized. How you
This
have.
is the sifted, or this is the non-rares, everything that's not a rare or a foil. This is all non-foil rares. This is all foils. So
Okay.
that we put like a foil sift, a rare sift, and then a bulk sift.
Okay.
And then, of course, trash and all that stuff set up appropriately.
What card would you say? Like, thing that you didn't get?
Old
Hello,
foil
everyone.
checks.
My name is Austin. I am one of the managers here. I'm primarily TCG focused, and my responsibilities typically lie within the realm of making sure that we get the highest value TCG inventory put in and sold through TCG Player in the most efficient capacity possible. So I get a lot of joy out of opening up cards, and I get a lot of joy out of opening up hot Magic cards, and this set is almost exclusively hot Magic cards. So should be a little bit of fun. I'm really excited about this set. I think it's one of the best sets that Magic has done to date, and we're kicking things off on my end with the time stretch, so that's cool. The new artwork on that card is beautiful. All right, foils. Okay, I'm already messing up Zack's setup over here because I'm just trying to do it the way that I would normally do it. All right, but don't worry.
Can I have
Hello, everyone that said hi.
free lounge music playing? Alright.
We're gonna speed run this. Time is of the essence. Nothing crazy out of that pack. That foil Force Will is really, really good looking. I'm very excited to draft this set on Friday. I heard Zack talking about our turbo draft. It's something that we're trying to get kicked off here, just because, like, personally, I think that let's see here. That's it. Foil. Personally, I think that getting trapped at a local game store and drafting for 4 to 5 hours is a little bit of a chore. And I don't really like my games to feel like chores, so I really, really like the idea of doing draft as a best of one with prize distribution going based on your win record. So that's been something that we've been trying to get kicked off here recently with the new standard sets. Unfinity was a really fun one. A lot of people turned out to that, and it did pretty well. Ooh, foil old border birds. That's hot. That's so hot. That's so sick. These box distributions are really, really cool too. Like they're good. They're good. You can't see the cards. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't really see how Zack had it set up. I kind of just jumped over here and was like, oh yeah. Got all excited, you know. A Lyra, that's cool. Yeah, that full force, full birds. Let's go. That's good looking. Kenny, yeah, I mean, like when you're talking about the competitive integrity of sideboarding in a draft format, that is definitely something that we considered. However, I think it just feels better as a casual player to come in and do one and done, and then you get packs based on your win record. So rather than, you know, oh, I went 5-1 in my draft, I got half of a box worth of prize, you know, you're going to be getting packs based off of your win record. So we do like 1 pack per win, and if you go undefeated, you get even more packs than you would, like, you know, we typically do 4 packs or a collector's booster depending on the set. It's definitely more geared towards casual players because I mean, like Louisville's where we're at currently is pretty heavily saturated with competitive environments, and you know, rather than just trying to tap into the same market, we're trying to do something that maybe a little bit more fun for the casual player. You know, the Commander players that come up here and hang out on Friday night, they don't necessarily want to spend 4 to 5 hours drafting and then you know, they just want to come up here and have some fun, play some games. They're not trying to win a bunch of cash or win a bunch of packs. Those we save those types of environments for like our pre-release events and stuff like that. And it's something that we're just trying. You know, it's not necessarily set in stone. But yeah, that's what we're trying out. I'm pretty much just going to be highlighting the rares here because I would like to get through the what looks to be about 24 boxes that are sitting next to me. We got something borderless back here. Borderless. Oh, that artwork is so sick. I love that artwork. Entomb has been needing a reprint for a really long time as well. And to see it get beautiful borderless treatment like that is very, very impressive. And then we got an oversold cemetery and a frantic search foil, which is no biggie. As Mason said in the chat there, getting sweaty in draft is kind of cringe. I agree. The only time I want my draft environments to be sweaty or competitive is when I am at a mixed format event. So if I'm at an event and I'm playing constructed and draft, trying to win $10,000, I'm cool with a sweaty draft there. That's cool. You know, that's competitive integrity. That's, you know, knowing a draft format and learning everything that you can about that draft format. Sarah Avatar and a Chainer's Edict in that pack. And that's cool for competitive integrity. But going to the game store. lately. The draft format has so much good stuff. I end up with like 20 cuts and take forever to finish my deck. Yeah, I can see where you're at with that. I feel like a lot of people are gonna have that issue with this set in particular, for sure. There is so much good stuff in this set that the only thing that I'm concerned about as far as Dominaria Remastered in the draft setting is value drafting. That's about it. That is what I'm concerned about, value drafting, because if I open up a foil borderless birds, I'm taking that for sure. Or a foil borderless force. Ooh, that borderless hunting grounds is sick too. They did such a good job with this set. I know Zack said it like a million times, but man, this is one of the most exciting Magic sets in recent memory. I'm more hyped for it than I was for Kamigawa, and I know that's like the big set of 2022 was Kamigawa, and that's what everybody was hyped for. But gosh, the products, the spread in this product is just, it's too good. It's too good. I can't wait to sit down and draft it. I can't wait to open more of it. Well, I may be tired of opening it. That one we got an old bordered Sarah avatar, so that's cool. Move on to a new box. Got my trusty box opening knife there. But yeah, I mean, my introduction that Zack gave me, I'm really overwhelmingly obsessed with Flesh and Blood, almost to an extent that some might call unhealthy. And that's just some. It's not all. And it really scratches the itch that old Magic used to scratch for me. I think it's a great game. And if you want to know more about Flesh and Blood, you can ask me. But if you don't want to know more about Flesh and Blood, you want to just keep watching me crack these Magic packs, because I got 23 boxes left, then that's totally fine as well. I'm happy to talk about this set. It is beautiful. Borderless Siege Gang Commander. My first one. I think I heard Zack say he had gotten a few of them already, because I've been back here, getting our card orders, our online card orders shipped today, as well as getting some of this Dominaria Remastered in our card sorter. It does all the work for us. All right. We got a Spinal Embrace on that one, and a foil giant spider. That is the only card in this set that I just can't stand to look at. Gauntlet of Power. That card was in need of a reprint, so I'm happy to see it. It's a good card. It's a powerful card, but being 5 cost, it didn't really deserve the $10, $15, $16 price tag that it had. That we got an old border gemstone mine. That's cool. Old classic. Gemstone mine was starting to get up there as well. I remember having a few copies of it fly out the door, and then all of a sudden it was in our case, and then it was it was getting up there. That Test of Endurance, also looking pretty saucy. I think it's going to be a common theme for all the borderless cards. You need to borrow the Roka for like a month. Well, I don't have the authority to pull the trigger on something like that, but I would assume that if you wanted to borrow it for a month, it would be borrowing it in the form of financially borrowing it, and there would be some compensation involved. But yeah, it is a beautiful machine, and if you are a store owner or a person who opens a lot of cards and like does the backpack trader thing online, the Roca, while being a nice machine, it is very expensive, and I think in most people's case, Urza's Blueprints, the card is like so not good, but the artwork is at least cool. In most people's use case, they're not going to be dealing with volume of cards to the extent that we are, and I think that hand sorting is probably just fine. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll launch a service where we've upgraded to the full-size Roca because they make like a 3,000 card machine now. We'll upgrade to that and use that as our primary. We got an isolated chapel here and a foil Maze of Ith. That's pretty sick. Maybe we'll get our a card machine going and use our old one. We'll charge a sorting fee where we'll sort your entire Magic collection for, you know, X amount per card. Mystical tier. It's pretty sweet art. $250K cards. Set sorted, ready to alphabetize, and just lost the will to go on. Yeah. I hear you there. I mean, sorting at home is really only viable, I think, or like something that you'd want to do. You know, set sorted cards, I think, is as far as I would want to take it at home. And I think that you really only want to like set sort and alphabetize and do all that stuff. There's another time stretch of beautiful artwork. And a Divine Sacrament and foil, also beautiful artwork. They just killed it, this set. But as I was saying, I think that's only something you want to do if you are a competitive player that frequently takes and pulls apart their deck and rebuilds it and tries new things and stuff like that. It makes it a little bit easier to find all your stuff. Because let me tell you, you could be listing everything. Well, yeah, in that case, then hand sorting would be very tedious. But I say grab a couple of your friends, invite them over for, you know, some football or whatever suits your fancy. You want to watch old Magic Pro Tours and sort cards together? You know, make it fun. Another Borderless Hunting Grounds. I know a guy in the Flesh and Blood sphere that opens up an absolutely absurd amount of sealed product and sorts it all by hand and sells it all, and he is not doing poorly by any means. He is doing very well just as a part-time thing. He's a law student. I only know this because of a podcast that I heard him on, and he does it as a part-time thing, but it is very fruitful for him as a part-time side hustle. And he does it all by hand. I don't know how. I know that I am very spoiled being able to work for, there's another Chainer's Edict. I do see a lot of miscuts in this set so far. So like, this is rough. He doesn't have the autofocus on for good reason, but yeah, you can kind of see where it's just like very, very, very off center there. And I've seen a little bit of that going on. And that's cool. I mean, like, they have to make mistakes somewhere because there's seemingly no other mistakes made with this set. And that's coming from someone who has lost a lot of faith and what they were doing at Wizards of the Coast. As I'm sure that is the sentiment with most fans of the game. Yes, it was a real bad miscut. Believe it or not, though, if you're unfamiliar with the market, there's a huge market for miscuts. I know one of our employees, he's sitting right next to me. He's a big fan of miscuts and misprints and stuff like that. So there's definitely a market out there for it. People are into that stuff. All right, we'll clean these up a little bit. Case or two, everything, single everything out. Supply is low, demand is high. Let it trickle out over time. That's the way to do it. That's a good side hustle, dude. That's hot. That's dummy hot. It's really, really good. That Tatiova looks good and old bordered as well. I'm pretty sure she has another old border printing though. I think it's like in Times Power Remastered or something, if I'm thinking of it correctly. But maybe not. We're gonna keep moving along here. All right, Stroke of Genius. I'm probably just going to start stacking these rares and just like let them stack up there for a little bit, and I'll move them. The most relevant one on top, the one that I just ordered, another old border absorb there. Kevin, as someone who packs orders every single day, and a lot of them, I can definitely understand. There was a point in time where here we were not a part of the TCG Player Direct program yet, and our pricing was foil High Tide borderless. That's a really good looking card. Our pricing had not, like, we scale up our pricing online. You can get our actual pricing through our TCG Player Pro store. But when you look at our pricing on the marketplace, it's marked up heavily so that we can keep a good amount of stock. And that is because when we first transitioned over to TCG Player from Binder POS, we got to gamble in that one. It's a good tutor, no matter what Zack says about it. It's a good tutor. But when we were on Binder, our online single sales were at a slower rate, and then we transitioned over to TCG Player. And I never want to go back to this again unless I have adequate staffing to do so, but we were getting about 400 to 450 orders per day. And not being a part of the direct program at that time means you're printing out either a big, long pull sheet for one person to work on, or you're printing out 450 pieces of paper and having multiple people go out and pull cards from all the different games, because at the time we had Magic, Flesh and Blood, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, even some Card Fight Vanguard, and all that stuff was just going crazy because we had not jacked up our marketplace pricing yet. Now with our jacked up marketplace pricing, I can almost exclusively handle all of the orders by myself in conjunction with TCG Player Direct, which I think is a fantastic program. So we got Swords to Plowshares and Old Board Foil. I think that's really, really good artwork of that card. So yeah, I definitely can understand packing orders, getting a little tedious, a little tiresome. We've got another one of those borderless entombs. Absolutely beautiful card. I'm probably gonna have to pick up a copy. I don't play a lot of Graveyard Synergy, but I wouldn't mind that card sitting in my binder for, you know, if I decided to go down the route of a commander with Graveyard Synergy. Not there yet. More of a Chaos player. And just like big stuff. I like demons. I also like small stuff like rats. I'm working on a rat tribal deck with the new rat out of Jumpstart. But gosh dang, rat colonies are like $4 or $5 a piece now, and I'm not willing to buy rat colony for $4 or $5 a piece. All right, that was the end of that box. So we go down to box number 23. Ugh. So much trash. I hate the camera angle that he has this set up in. If I wasn't trying to go quickly, I would change it. Because it's so zoomed out. I would love to have a little bit more of frame reference of what's going on the board here. Let's see here. Set these aside so they're not like in the way, glaring off of the thing. All right. We got an enlightened tutor in that one. With the frequency of these cards coming up, I'm really excited to see where the market goes. Because I know quite a few cards in this set have been needing some foil Mind Slicer. That's pretty cool. I'm going to go ahead and move that to my foil pile over here. I know some of the cards in the set have been needing some reprints for a good long while. And I'm excited to see what the frequency of them turning up in these packs does to the market. Because it seems like we were pulling forces left and right. The only card that I haven't heard yet, and correct me if I'm wrong if you've been here from the beginning, but I did not see or hear Zack pull an Urza's Incubator. And I know that that card has been in demand for quite some time. I know it has been needing a reprint for quite some time. And we've even pre-sold a few copies. That Borderless Wrath of God is Smexy. You guys remember Smexy? Maybe not. It was a freaking millennial high school kid thing. And it was weird. So maybe I should stop talking about it. Alright. I don't know how I'm going to talk through this many boxes. Got a No Mercy. That artwork is beautiful. Regular Entomb. It's been a while since I've done anything stream related for the business. I used to open up Cardfight Vanguard on our channel when it was popping for us, because at one point in time we had a pretty dedicated local community for Cardfight Vanguard, and I think we had like 22, 24 players that showed up on most weeks. It was pretty good. A lot of people were hype about it around here for a little while. And since then, it has not been doing too well, which is understandable. You know, card games, they come and go in phases. There is only like 2 card games that don't come and go in phases, and that is Magic and Pokemon. Player bases for Magic can die down a little bit sometimes, but there is inevitably never not going to be people playing Commander. I think that's one of the biggest benefits that Magic has going for it currently, is Commander. And I think that they do a really good job of capitalizing on that and making sure that they put out new products for Commander players, and incorporating Commander products or old bordered Kamal. Really sick looking. They do a really good job of incorporating those Commander focused cards into products. Not so much in tune with what those Commander focus cards do to the constructed formats. I've heard negative things. I've heard lackadaisical things that, you know, sometimes people have indifferent feelings about Commander focused cards being in their standard rotation product. Full old bordered sapling symbiosis. Good looking card. We'll clean up here a little bit. Stack's getting a little hefty. But me personally, I think that they do a really great job of targeting those players. Borderless Triskelion, looking really good as well. I have not seen a borderless Dominaria Remastered card that I don't like, which is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. Old bordered Body Snatcher. You know, after the Urza's Commander decks, the Brothers War ones, with all those cards being an old border, I got a Helm of Awakening in that one, and a foil Auramancer. I think that they have probably missed on, you know, making an entire set in old border. I got a Vampiric Tutor. Card has definitely been needing a reprint for a good long while. It's like Vampiric Tutor, Force of Will, and a few other of those cards that, like, no matter how many times they reprint it, the price on it just never becomes reasonable. Like, I can't think of a time in recent memory where, like, a near mint to moderate play Force of Will has been anything less than $80. And that is already like a pretty significantly low price in comparison to what it has been in the past. I remember in like early 2019 when the game was just going crazy. God, that Sylvan Library is looking so good. I remember in early 2019, mid 2019, when the game was just going crazy and it was doing super well. I was building. It was after Ravnica Allegiance, and I may be a little bit off my timeline here, but after Ravnica Allegiance came out, I was building a Prime Speaker Vanifar deck, and at the time our player base here was a little bit geared towards the CDH kind of like mindset. So of course, you know, having Birthing Pod on a stick in Simic is pretty good, and I bought a Force of Will at the time, and this was an Alliance's Force of Will. I'm pretty sure I paid closer to $150 for it. All right, guy on YouTube always makes videos about TCG player manipulation, but I think he's off on a couple things. Chesterfield, I'm not sure what you're talking about there, but I would love to know. And then Team Trubbish, yeah, get back in. It's not like, so here's the thing about Magic right now is, while there is like 90% just absolute, like, you know, I'm gonna try to refrain from cussing here, so, you know, I might stumble over myself. While it's absolute crap majority of the time, in the way that Wizards has been handling the product, and I'm largely under the assumption that this is shareholders, you know, Hasbro, bro guys. While it's been like 90% crap. Hey, there we go. That old bordered cliff top retreat looking pretty pretty smexy. There are gems. I think Kamigawa was a gem. I think Brothers War, no matter how you know, the timeline of Brothers War coming out was bad, because this was, you know, Magic 30. Nobody was paying attention. I think Brothers War was a fantastic set. I think Brothers War commander decks were a great product. I really enjoy my Urza deck. I think it's super powerful. I think they did all the right things with it. Ultimately, it's not that bad. If you just want to get in and play Magic the Gathering and have fun, it is a fun game still. They're seemingly able to maintain the fun aspect of the game despite treating some of their player base and collectors like not great. Foil Nightscape Familiar. This guy's a MVP in my commander deck, my favorite commander deck at the moment. So might have to pick one of those up. I am bringing Smexy back. Hey Aaron, what's going on? We're just out here opening up some Dominaria Remastered. I almost said Dominaria United, but that's not what we're opening. We're opening up a much better set. A set that all Magic players should open and love and cherish. Because I think that this is the best Magic set in 10 years. I'll go out and say it. 10 years. Easy. Gamble. Old border. Really great looking card. And a really great tutor. No matter how much Zack doesn't want to admit that Gamble's a great tutor. Every tutor has to have a downside to some degree. And the ones that don't are the most expensive. And if it does, it's a little bit more affordable. So we'll see Gamble go back down to sub $10, I think. Because there is a downside to it, you know, it's random, but it's also super powerful. If the downside is not triggered, very, very powerful. So we got our High Tide and another exploration. Oh wait, still got one more. Not on to another boss. Last pack Magic. Let's get another foil Old Bordered Force. That would be crazy. Did I skip over the rare? I did. It's that one. Foil Grape Shot. Grape Shot, classic card. I think it's really interesting that there are so many archetypes in this set that you can draft. Like, better than Double Masters 2022? Absolutely. Double Masters 2022 was... The card list was good, but 4 packs in a $300 freaking box? That's the type of stuff that makes me angry. That's the type of stuff that I will just absolutely stay away from. I didn't touch a single pack of Double Masters 2022. I bought singles for that set. This set, I cannot say the same thing. I am going to personally open some Dominaria Remastered. And honestly, I think that the draft environment in the set could be a little bit more fun than Double Masters as well. I think the Double Masters draft environment was perfectly fine. I think it was good. Got a win-board Muse in that one. There was not really a huge complaint on my end, personally, with the draft environment for that set. But this is just classic. Like, it's the beautiful thing about this set is that it's gonna bring people who used to be really enthusiastic about Magic back in and you know, give them something to be excited about. Because realistically, I would say for the past past 3 years, even more so, if you want to go even further back, a lot of people who were enthusiastic about Magic the Gathering are no longer enthusiastic about Magic the Gathering. It became hard to be enthusiastic about Magic the Gathering when sets seemed to be dumbing down a little bit, and you know, they were trying to push Arena. I mean, like that is the era where Magic really just started to kind of like skate downhill for a lot of people. A lot of the reason why I'm passionate about Flesh and Blood, and the reason why I like it, we got Borderless Street Wraith there, and then a No Mercy. The reason why I like that game so dang much is because their whole mission statement is that they want to bring people together in the Flesh and Blood to play great games. And you know, like, for me personally, like getting out and participating in tournaments and being around my friends at the local game store setting is what it's all about. And taking a great game and making it digital is the opposite. And pushing all of your competitive play, Old Border Birds, to this platform and trying to push it in that direction. It is the opposite of what I enjoy most about trading card games. Yep, 24-pack draft boxes do blow. For Magic, you know, our default in Flesh and Blood is actually 24, and the reason why it is 24 is because it makes 8-man draft pods, and that is a better number than 6 for that game specifically. But yeah, in Magic, 24 packs, bad. Got the Old Bordered Force. Feels very good to open. I will have to say it does feel very good to open. That artwork is so sick too. Oh, this set's so sick. Followed up by a terrible card. You know, they can't just like make the set 100% amazing. They can't make it 100% amazing. It's got to have some chaff in it. They can't make a chaffless set. Like, if they made a chaffless set, I don't know what would happen. They've made the opposite of chaffless sets though. I mean, Ice Age is looking pretty good now. Back in the day, oh man, even like Homelands and stuff like that, you might as well have called it Magic the Chaffering. All right. Oh, dude. Oh, that card looks incredible in Old Bordered. That looks incredible in Old Bordered. Wow. That's the first one I've seen too. Mason, you be quiet. You leave my puns alone. Lotus Blossom in that one. I'm gonna either have to get up and make a box, an additional 5,000 count box, for me to put my bulk in. Oh wow, that's another good hit. These boxes are just fire. I mean, like, I've only been over here and opened up 3 boxes, but man, come on. Can't really get the autofocus on Zack's camera to work, but foil Old Bordered Mystical Tutor's hot. Just foil Old Bordered cards in general are hot. They should just revert back, go back to the old border altogether. I say that, but then, you know, we get a gemstone mine that is absolutely freaking gorgeous in borderless treatment. That is incredible. Caffering, is that a new Pokemon? Yes, it is. It's in the new Paldea region, Chaffering. It's coming out in the Scarlet and Violet expansion, or in the third game. They don't do third games anymore, but they're gonna do it now, and it's gonna be, oh, what would it be? Scarlet, Violet, Cyan, Pokemon Cyan. I think maybe we'll be able to get to the end of this box without a new 5,000 count box. Get another Vampiric Tutor. All I'm saying is that we're going to have some fire singles, some fire MTG singles for sale very, very soon. We have some fire MTG singles for sale because the set is hot fire. Nothing crazy there. I was really excited to open up this set. I didn't know that I was gonna have to do it on stream. It's fun, but sometimes I don't know what to talk about. Ask me questions. I'm the TCG guy. If you want to know anything about TCGs, I'm happy to talk about it. We don't have to talk about exclusively Magic here. So we got Yawgmoth. That's pretty cool. Dude needed a reprint, even though he just came out. Feels like. Jake, will you make me a 5,000 count box so that I don't have to in the middle of a stream? Would you be so kind?
Yeah, I'll be kind.
I love you. Just one.
Hey, Jake.
Woo. Okay, I got a Zuri the Enchanter, and then this beautiful borderless Lotus Blossom. What a great looking card and foil. The only thing that I struggle with nowadays when it comes to cards in general and like opening up new sets of Magic is that there's so many different variations. You know, you got foil, old border, borderless, extended art foil, the freaking set list for Phyrexia, and how much variation they've got going on for that dang old Elishnorn is absolutely crazy to me. I mean, just absolutely crazy. So many different versions of that card. How am I gonna tell the difference? You do this for a long time and your brain starts to kind of forget things because there's so much to keep up with. Like I had a really embarrassing situation happen a couple weeks ago where I forgot what a particular card did. And that particular card is a very strong card. It's called Anointed Procession. I forgot what Anointed Procession did. I was completely blanked on it. That was a disappointing moment for myself. I was like, damn, here I am. Used to think that I was a card encyclopedia and I could just, hey, that's really cool. Okay, so for those of you who like actually know about like old Magic and stuff like that, this particular planes, I've not seen reprinted ever, but it was a Planes in Odyssey, and the foil of this particular artwork of Planes by Eric Peterson, the foil is so expensive for this card and foil from Odyssey, the original print. It's like $20. That's like too much money for Hot Planes, you know. It's a great artwork. Looks good. But 25 bucks. 25 bucks in near mint. 20 and damaged, you know. It's crazy. Borderless Jester's cap. Doing pretty good. I'm gonna need some water in a second. My throat's starting to dry out a little bit. Over here talking too much. I never talk. Most people know me. Dark Depths and a Borderless Chainer's Edict out of that one. Oh, and a foil Isolated Chapel. We don't want to forget about that. Almost forgot about that. But the beautiful thing about the Roca Sorter, let me tell you, is if you forget about something, the Roca Sorter will know. All old foils are pricey. They used to actually be rare. Not all of them are pricey. The good ones are, and then like reserve list foils, obviously. But when you look at that Planes from Odyssey in comparison to the other lands, thank you, Jake. When you look at them and in comparison to the other lands out of that set in foil, it's 4 times the price. So, but I do agree that foils actually used to be rare. That's why 7th edition foils so expensive. Yeah, being rare and black bordered in foil in a white bordered set, definitely gonna be very appealing to a lot of players. Okay, we got our second 5K hooked up over here. I'm gonna grab some water real quick before I continue to open up these boxes, because water is the lifeblood of the human race. And I need some of that lifeblood. What's your guys' favorite bottled water? I'll start. I really like that new Core stuff. Core bottled water. I try to stay away from bottled water as much as I can, just out of like environmental friendliness and just trying to be nicer to the environment. I know that I like drive a gasoline powered car and do a lot of other things that are probably arguably pretty unhealthy for the environment, but when I try to stay away from like plastics and stuff like that, just reduce my footprint a little bit to some degree. But when I do have to drink bottled water, Core bottled Mountain Dew is your favorite bottled water. I haven't had a Mountain Dew in so long. I haven't had one in so long, but holy crap. When I was growing up, and I remember when World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King first came out, me and my buddy, we were all, me and my buddy Nick Orms was his name. We were all wound up for the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. And I remember drinking a lot of, what was it, Game Fuel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel during that time. That was those were good times. Those were good times for sure. I don't remember if it was actually with my buddy Nick Worms or not. Maybe it was with my buddy Nathan. I hung out with both of them pretty frequently because we were all super into World of Warcraft, and Wrath of the Lich King was the hotness at the time. I do remember that. What about favorite cards from this set? The card that you're excited to see most. It can be a variation of a card. It can be just a general card itself. If you tell me that you really like Giant Spider and that you're really happy to see a Giant Spider reprint, I will respect that. Yeah, Burning Crusade was another freaking amazing expansion. That's the expansion that I got started on. I was a little young when Vanilla came out. I think Vanilla came out in 2004. So I was just under 10 years old at the time. But when Burning Crusade came out, I had a little bit more game knowledge under me. I've been playing video games for a little while. My dad got me hooked up playing Burning Crusade. And it was just off to the races from there. My first character was a Blood Elf Hunter. And I remember I was just geared. I had terrible gear. I mean, like terrible. I got a Vexing Sphinx in Old World foil. I really like the artwork on that card. Looking pretty good. Resto Druid. Resto Druid was great back in the day. I don't know where it's at right now. I haven't played the game in a really, really long time. I've actively keep myself away from it. Like, Wrath Classic came out, you know, here recently, and I had to, you know, stay away from that out of respect for my partner. I feel like she would not have enjoyed how much time I would have sunk into Wrath of the Lich King Classic had I gotten into it. Right. Skirt Protector foil, nothing special there. I'm gonna try to like not, you know, shine a light on cards that I don't think are cool. Obviously, like value cards, I'm gonna be, you know, showing those off, rares and stuff. I'm gonna put them under the camera, but like chaff foils, I'm just gonna blaze through them because there's still so many freaking boxes over here. It's crazy. It's probably more than one person should open on a stream, or 2 individual people opening at separate times individually. So next time, I've not seen that. That is ridiculously hot. That is so hot. I love that card too. I mean, like Gauntlet of Power earlier when I opened up that one, I was saying, you know, shouldn't be as expensive as it is, and all that good stuff. But man, that borderless version is hot. Yeah, I feel you there, man. Freaking yes, 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 we did it. Another old bordered foil Force of Will. We hit it again. That's 2. We've already gotten 1. This is 2. Let's go. Yep. I hear you, Kenny. Friggin' good old days were lounging and you know, bumming out in the basement playing World of Warcraft. But hey, when you can make it down to your local game store and draft some Dominaria Remastered, you might be able to see the same 20 plus people per week. Make new friends, see old friends. You know, there's this crazy thing that's been happening here recently with Magic in particular. And that is the fact that I've got a lot of people that normally don't play trading card games in my life. Just all of a sudden they're really interested in Magic, and this is like shortly after, you know, all of the bad publicity surrounding Magic 30, specifically the publicity with you know, Bank of America, talking about how Hasbro is mishandling the IP and stuff like that. Like, you know, it's a bold move from a company, and I respect them for going out on a limb for us and saying stuff like that. But I think that there is, you know, just so many new people getting into Magic still, regardless of how poorly Wizards and Hasbro have been handling the game. And I think that just goes to show you that no publicity is bad publicity. It's not bad. It's never bad, because the average person sitting at home, that's another borderless Entomb there. We're just going to be freaking loaded on Entombs. The average person sitting at home, they're going to see news headlines. Oh, yeah, freaking Hasbro mishandling Magic the Gathering game, blah, 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 blah. The average person's not going to really pay attention to that. We finally got our first, like, not old bordered Urza's Incubator. I'm really glad to see that, because we have pre-sold 2 of them, and I was starting to get a little worried there. And we got another hit out of this pack too. Foil Mystic Remora. I'm going to have to probably replace my copy of Mystic Remora with one of these bad boys, because I really, really enjoy the new artwork on that. But back to what I was saying. We'll just go ahead and throw that in the foil pile. That's not a crazy expensive one. Bring the draft home and play with the wifey. Sometimes a friend or two. But I have a 2 and a 4-year-old. Yeah, kids do make it hard, for sure. I am not to that point in my life yet. I'll get there eventually, just not my current situation. Me and my partner have talked about it. We're more along the lines of like, wait until we're like really, really, really super duper financially stable, and then you know, like, no, because we're both still in our 20s. I'm in my late 20s. She's in her mid 20s. But we'll get there eventually. But for now, I'm going to take advantage of the time that I have. Try to get out there, meet new people, make new friends, hang out at the local game store. I mean, hell, I'll be drafting this set on Friday after I get off from my shift. You know, not a lot of people have that luxury in their life where they can get off of work and then like immediately just want to like hang out at the place that they work, or like, you know, I go to our other location on Tuesdays to play Flesh and Blood, and not a lot of people, you know, have that luxury where they can stand to be in their workplace for more than what they're scheduled. And I'm very thankful for that, for sure. So we got a foil Old Bordered Elvish Spirit Guide, one of those cards that has been needing a reprint for a while, and it's beautiful. Really happy to see that. We have Mind Slicer. Borderless Absorb. I really like that borderless. I think it recently got the borderless treatment elsewhere in another set, or semi-recently. But I really like that one. I got Vexing Sphinx out of that one. Again, for anyone who is tuned in, I'm kind of just speed running these packs and ignoring the majority of the contents, taking out the rare, the mythic, or the hot foil. and setting them here on the stack. I'm going to let it stack up, and then I'm going to move it aside to my much larger stack of rares and mythics over here. I'm going to borderless absorb. I am curious if this pack, or if this box is just donezo. Man, that that Odyssey Plains is just everywhere. The stonks on those are going down, that's for sure. Denizen of the Deep. And we got the last pack here. From this box, at least. We got a whole lot more boxes to open up. Whole lot more. Clean this stack up a little bit. Open up another box. Right. Before I get opening the packs out of this box real quick, I gotta go let one of my employees know what's up with the sorter, so we can make sure that we are running as much of this stuff through our sorter as humanly possible. So I am going to mute my mic here and go take care of that real quick. I don't see a mute button. I'm just gonna unplug it. Alright, it's probably switched over to the camera mic at this point. I'll let one of my employees know real quick what's going on with our sorter, and I will be right back. Take this here box with me. Alrighty, we're back now. Got my lavalier mic back on. I had to go take care of that myself because the employee that I wanted to take care of it is on lunch. But it's alright. I'm gonna get this sorter rocking. Got our handy dandy tablet here that controls the sorter. And we'll get back to cracking these packs. I know that was probably boring as I walked away for anybody that is still here and or watching. Let's see, sorted by set name, done. Now that's gonna rock while I'm continuing to crack these packs. A very full trash can sitting next to me, that's for sure. All right. Good rocking. Let's open up some more of these borderless foil forces. Woo! Starting it off strong with a borderless legacy weapon. Big fan of that. An entomb. That's 2 mythics in a row. Looking forward to more packs. Let's go, Kevin. Let's go, buddy. This is gonna be a long one. Old Board Worldly Tutor, dude. 3 packs in a row. That is this box is starting out strong. My strongest box yet, except for that borderless foil force. This is definitely got the borderless flame tongue and the forgotten ancient here. Right, and then we got Solkanar, the Swamp King. I keep wanting to like put all my bulk in this stack over here, but it's not a stack of bulk. It's a stack of rares and mythics. All the rares and mythics that we've opened up so far. Old school right there. Old Border Shivan Dragon. I'm excited to see what shenanigans come out of the Shivan Dragon archetype in draft. Triskelion. I have not read any like draft primers because, like, you know, back in the day, before the internet was a place where got ourselves a royal assassin there. Back when the internet was before it was a place where the just an insane and incomprehensible amount of information was being shared constantly, and people had to rely on the words of their friends, the word of mouth. You know, draft archetypes weren't so quickly figured out. Constructed metas weren't so quickly figured out, and I think that is really cool. I got a foil rare dude. We got another one.
Oh my god.
Another one, and the foil old bordered birds.
Virtual's going plus 230 right now.
Let's go. Test of endurance. You know, but like I was saying, you know, back in the day, it would take a really long time for people to figure out these archetypes. You know, there would be stores where one person knew of a draft archetype and he would win with that draft archetype. He or she would win with that draft archetype every single week. And only that store knew about it for a long time. And there's so much in this set that I think drafting it is, it's going to take a long while for someone to just come up with the most optimal thing. Even though, like, I know that there are draft primers out there for the set already. What you can do, what you can't do. But I haven't looked into them. I'm just really looking forward to cracking the packs and reading them all. or at least the cards that I'm unfamiliar with, because you can't always be familiar with every single card, no matter how much you want to be. But we're just over here running through it. Nothing crazy so far. This box started off strong. Now we're kind of mellowing out a little bit. And then as soon as I say something, borderless birds. Really, really sick looking. It's not my favorite birds artwork out there, but still pretty nonetheless. I'd be happy to open one personally. For those of you still here, what's your, I may have asked this earlier, but I don't think we got, too many answers. But what is your favorite card in Dominaria Remastered? Like, it can be a specific card that you just love. Like, if you love Terror, it's your favorite card in Dominaria Remastered. Borderless foil legacy weapon, really sick looking. Really sick looking. Or if you love old bordered Shivan Dragon, what's your favorite card in Dominaria Remastered? What is it? Me personally, I don't know. There's so much good stuff. I really do have a hard time coming up with a good answer on that one. I really like that borderless foil birds. Mark Poole, just a legendary artist in the TCG sphere, because he does stuff outside of Magic as well. I'm a big fan of his work. And Birds of Paradise is an iconic card. I'm a Simic player at heart. I play a lot more Chaos these days. Play a lot of Grixis. Play some other stuff, but really I do enjoy my Simic decks. And Birds was often in a lot of those Simic decks. Crawl Space. It's a much needed reprint, or a much welcome reprint. I don't know how needed it was, but much welcome. A lot of welcome reprints in this set. We got a Body Snatcher out of that pack. I'll be a little bit more happy when we see our second normal Urza's Incubator, as we have one pre-sold. And we did pull one so far. So we have the one, but it seems like we're pulling forces and birds and all that good stuff left to right. Urza's freaking blueprints. Not the Urzas I was looking for. But maybe Incubator is still a hard pull. Maybe it is few and far between in Dominaria Remastered. Possibility. Oversold Cemetery, yeah. The borderless version of that do be looking pretty good. I'm really digging this. The more that I look at this borderless foil mystical tutor, it's looking pretty enticing as well. I'm also a big fan of that Entomb. Now I'm thinking about it, that borderless Entomb is freaking sick. Another borderless Siege Gang commander there. Another old border gemstone mine. Goodness gracious. There's a regular oversold cemetery. Just a normal guy. Borderless Street Wraith and a Last Chance. I like that card. You know why I like that card? Because it's definitely within the realm of chaos. And I'm a big fan of chaos. Gambling man. Not really. Not in real life. I don't financially gamble often. Old board Forgotten Ancient. And another borderless Test of Endurance. That's a beautiful card. I think this set is just too saucy. Too saucy, and there's too much good stuff in it. So people don't want to pick favorites. I don't blame them. Moving on to another box here. I'm gonna see if I can do the old alley-oop. This is what I do in a tournament setting. I gotta get them out quickly. There we go. Speed it up a little bit. Get these out of the way. What does this guy have up under here? Just like some BS. Zack's workstation's all messy. My favorite card has to be the Faceless Butcher. You see straight up good memories when I see it. Hey, that's what it's all about. A lot of people have that same memory with different cards. You know, they see a card that they love that they used to build around in draft and constructed formats back in the day, and they just, hey, that is my favorite card. It doesn't even matter if it's common. It doesn't have to be anything super powerful. You just love the card. I respect that. Sulfuric Vortex out of that one. This box is not saucy yet. And it just became saucy. That is a freaking beautiful Vampiric Tutor. It reminds me, or it looks like it would go very, very good together. Like off the top of my head, it looks like it would go very good together with the Grim Tutor alternate art before they decided to call it borderless. It looks like it would go very good with that Grim Tutor from Core 21. And I could be thinking of the wrong card too. I'm starting to second guess myself here. Old board Cryptic Gateway. Yeah, that Vampiric Tutor is super hot. Just I feel bad like covering it up at all. We're not gonna cover it up. Start a second pile there. That thing is just too saucy. I got Swords of Paradise and Old Board Swords. That Old Board Swords be looking super, super smexy as well. Big fan of that. Stroke of Genius. It's been a while since we've gotten an exciting foil. I'd like to see an exciting foil. The Glory. No foil in that pack. So far, it seems to be that foils in this set are rare, so I would venture to say that just foils all together for the set are going to be a little bit more expensive, because when it comes to like how much actual cards we've opened, a standard 5,000 count box holds around 7,000 cards. And I've already filled up one of those, or Zack has already filled up one of those, and we've moved on into, oh man, that Elvish Spirit Guide borderless is just, or old border, it's so sick. You know, we've moved on into another 5,000 count box, which I've almost got one row completely full of. And the stack of foils looks to be about 250 cards, give or take. So out of roughly 8,000 cards that we have opened up so far, only 250 foils. Divine Sacrament and a foil old bordered counterspell. Hotness. Absolute hotness. Full old bordered counterspell. Not as hot as Zack's 7th edition foil counterspell. I will give it to that. Give him that his 7th edition foil counterspell is very smexy. Let's see here. All right, I'm starting to get out of line here. Isolated Chapel. Sulphur Falls. Just check lands, check lands, check lands. Gauntlet of Power. Denizen of the Deep, old border, and a Pyre Zombie, an old bordered foil. Looking pretty good. Someone answer that phone. Nice. Stroke of Genius. Borderless Arborea, and nothing else out of that one. It's pretty good artwork.
Hey, Smash isn't today for Cavalry, right? No, I don't believe so.
Woodland Cemetery. Old Border Chainer's Edict. Let's see. Old Bordered Glory. This feels like, I mean, like, aside from the Vampiric Tutor, it feels kind of like our weakest box so far. Borderless Chainer's Edict and an Ogre Master. And the Vampiric Tutor is a good hit, for sure. I'm really excited to assess the EV, because we've never really done a huge mass case opening like this. Like, I think we've opened up, opened up like 2 cases, or maybe a single case of Time Spiral Remastered. because it was a good set as well. But we never opened up this much. And I think what really kind of pushed us in the direction of opening this much, because for a while there, you know, you look at the EV of boxes across most card games, and like the odds that you have like a really, really good box are really, really low, and the odds that you have like a really, really bad box are really, really high. So I think the conclusion that I've made is like when you're a single person buying boxes, it just doesn't make sense at all. But if you have the resources of a store and you can open up cases upon cases upon cases, well then it's justified, right? Because your bad box is over gamble there. I mean, pretty sweet. It's like our second or third one, I think. It's pretty good. But when you look at the EV of even a case, it can actually be pretty terrible. Hey, I've not seen a Sylvan Library yet, and a foil chainer. Pretty sweet. The EV of cases can still be pretty bad, but like, I think when you have the opportunity to open up 5 to 10 cases, you're gonna hit one that's absolutely cracked. This much of any card game, we've never opened up this much, you know, and that's like, I know that's a foreign concept to some stores, that like, why not open up sealed product? Well, if you look at, you know, the past, like it just, like looking at the data, it's just like, it doesn't seem like financially viable from the outside. That was until we made a great decision here recently. We were sitting on so much Baldur's Gate and a bunch of other like not great Magic Seal product, and the way that tax is calculated in Kentucky, our businesses have to pay tax on their remaining inventory in Kentucky. So like, we would have had to pay tax on all of that sealed product if it was still in our inventory. But the alternative was to bust it for singles. And even in a bad set like that, or like a quote-unquote bad set, because Borderless Mystic Remora there, that is freaking sweet. I might pick that copy up instead of the other one. That artwork is amazing. What was I saying? You know, quote-unquote bad set, we still net positive on the singles, just because we opened up so much that the bad boxes or the bad cases that we opened up were outweighed by the absolutely cracked cases that we opened up. And the easiest way to justify it really is if you're selling bulk. So if you're selling bulk, and even if you do it like we do, where I think the best possible setup for selling bulk, and this is for Magic exclusively at the moment, is what you want to do if you have access to something like a Roka sorter, is you want to sift out all of the bulk that falls below 15 cents. I use 15 cents as a metric because looking through a stack of Magic, you'll notice that if a card can't maintain its value, at 15 cents, that pack was upside down in the box, I'm gonna open that pack last. Or maybe I'm gonna open it up first. Let's open it up first, because the anticipation will kill me. This might be a good pack because it was upside down in the box. I'm a weird believer of superstitions like these. And it was just another borderless Siege Gang commander, so there goes my superstition. What a crazy gig you guys have in an LGS. Pretty sweet gig when it's going well, I'd imagine. It is a pretty sweet gig when it's going well. That is for sure. Old Border and Shivan Dragon. It is not for everyone too. It's not easy all the time. It's difficult, even from a non-owner perspective, right? You know, I'm just a manager here. I don't have, you know, financial stake. We got another Borderless Birds here. But I do have a lot of emotional stake, right? So I believe in bringing people together. I believe in the kind of like safe haven that Cardinal Gaming was for me personally before I started working here, right? Because there was a time in my life where I was really heavily involved in another scene, and then that scene started to change, not really scratch my itch anymore, and I was looking for something to do, felt kind of lonely, was not in a relationship, had a close group of friends, but we were all just looking for somewhere to be, somewhere to belong, and you know, feel welcome and at home. And then we stumbled upon this place, right? So I have a lot of emotional stake invested in this business, and more, it goes beyond the personal desire to make money. Old Border Vampire Tutor, that is freaking sick. Love to see that. That's beautiful. So when it's going well, it is a pretty sweet gig for sure. I don't really know where I was going with the whole emotional stake thing, other than just, yeah, like it's great. And oh, I know where I was going with it. I was saying it gets hard sometimes. Like even when you have emotional stake invested in it, especially when you have emotional stake invested in it and financial stake, it gets hard sometimes, right? Because you got to do things that are sometimes not the best for your emotional stake, or your and you have to neglect that and realize that you got to do what is best for the business. Like if you have a community of people walk away from you that you've fostered and grown and loved for a really long time, and they disagree with something that you've had to do as a business to remain afloat, or take care of your employees, that's just like, it's hard stuff, right? But that's about as hard as it gets. The other hardship that I think that we face a lot is trial and error. Like, a lot of people don't realize that, like, this business as a whole is not concretely figured out. Like, no one has the key, the one thing to make a successful game store, or like even like online retailer in the hobby space. Like this industry is still growing. It was largely undiscovered industry. I mean, like, you got to think about how recently, like, tax implications have come into the hobby industry. I mean, it was just a few years ago. Like, when we started charging sales tax on our stuff, people were just freaking out. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you're charging tax. And it's just like, well, you know, Big Brother found out about it, so like we've got to comply now. So my point there is just really like the space is still, it's got some exploring to do, and there's not one 100% right way to run your business. So the other hardship, in my opinion, is trial and error. Figure out what's right, figure out what's wrong. Do things, change them, implement new borderless worldly tutor. That's pretty, or not borderless, old bordered. We're starting to get a little loopy. Open up like 10 boxes at this point. Among Us. But yeah, doing what you love definitely makes all the difference. LGS gotta stay around for sure. That is for certain. I certainly would not be slaving away here opening up magic packs if I didn't want to. Opening up magic packs en masse like this is only cool for like a little bit. Like I'm pretty much like, if I wasn't getting paid to sit here and do this right now, I would have given up. Maybe not at this point. Maybe a little bit later. Woo! Got a little bit of dry air going on back here. And it's starting to get a little warm, so I might have to step off camera here for a second. Take off my sweater, because it is nice and warm. Get a little sippy sip of water going. I'm gonna keep going. Check our little manager chat there, because I heard the notifications going off. Didn't want to miss anything. Can't ever miss anything exciting, because most days here, Cardinal Gaming, are exciting in some capacity. I would say that there are very few days that end up being not exciting to some degree. You guys got any questions about the business? I'd be happy to answer what I can. I know it's not very often that people on this channel or our Facebook or whatever get to ask questions to people outside of Mason and Zack. Maybe I can have some different perspective as a manager, not an owner, because there are differences between those two roles for sure. I want to talk about some interesting stuff. Help me get through the rest of these. Let's see, we got 11 boxes left. We got a borderless high tide and a gemstone mine in this pack. I think is that right? Yeah, 11 boxes. 11 boxes, and then we're gonna wrap up here, and the rest of my day. I see Old Bordered Henderland Harbor. The rest of my day is going to be getting this stuff sorted, getting all of our singles pre-sales pulled and ready to ship on Friday, because we are unable to ship them until Friday. And then we'll be getting those ready. And then I will be getting the rest of what we have pulled here uploaded and our inventory accurate, priced accordingly to our pricing structure. Another borderless legacy weapon there, pretty good looking card, as I was talking about earlier. Just qualified for TCG Player Direct. Any advice? Excited, but also a little bit nervous. Okay, so the thing that I can tell you about Direct for sure is when you first sign up for Direct, you'll notice that like it seems like no matter how high you jack up your marketplace price, it is seemingly never ending. Like your inventory might get blown out consistently, and what I have found is that using a divided pricing structure where you're charging significantly above the marketplace price on your low end, so like your sub $1 cards, what we do is we average the market and the low, and then at plus 50% in your mass price rules. And what that's going to do is going to keep your inventory from getting blown out. So you'll keep a local stock for locals. And if that's not your jam, then honestly just run it. Like do 10% above TCG low or something like that, because honestly your direct listing just being the first thing that people see whenever they click on the back end or on the front end of a TCG player and they see that you are like the first direct listed seller, they're going to click buy anyways because they're getting it from TCG player, they're not getting it to you. Another thing that I would recommend highly is if you don't have your inventory already set in TCG player direct order, and you'll know what I'm talking about if you haven't looked into it a little bit further. It's by order of set release and then alphabetical, and that includes all of your like old dual decks, all of your promo packs and stuff like that. There's on the direct tab there is a set list order. You want to match your inventory to that as close as humanly possible, with all of your cards being broken up by condition. So like our setup, we have near mint set boxes, we have LP set boxes, and MP set boxes, HP damage, so forth. It makes the process of pulling your cards so much faster. And when you get your first RI, if you haven't already, it is very intimidating. The first RI that we got moving from, we had already been on TCG Player with our entire inventory for a little while, and then we moved ourselves into the platform, the TCG Player Direct program. Our first reimbursement invoice was $13,000, and it was like 6,000 cards. It was like something just absolutely ridiculous. We don't do the volume like that anymore because we like to keep a little bit more of a steady volume while maintaining stock for local customers. And we jack up a marketplace price, and if people buy the stock off of the marketplace, well, then that's great. We captured the most value that we could out of singles on the marketplace. But maintaining that relevant local stock for local players was pretty important to us, which is why we do that. If that is not important to you and you are just trying to sell things and flip them, then just run it 10% above. People are going to buy your stuff. They'll buy your stuff at 20% above too. Except for higher value cards. Like when you start to get into 80, 90, $100+ cards, I'd recommend probably setting like a smaller percentage, like 3 to 5% above, something like that. You'll find that people still buy them pretty quickly, and you're capturing arguably what would be the most value out of your product while not letting it sit. But the biggest thing outside of pricing and stuff like that I can recommend is definitely matching your the way that you have your inventory catalog to TCG player set order. Because before, I have like first-hand experience with both sides of the coin here. So there are plenty of stores that will tell you that TCG Player is a great, or Direct's a great program, and their inventory has been set alphabetical the entire time, so it wasn't much of a change. But back when we were on Binder POS and Channel Fireball Marketplace, we were on there briefly because we were part of Binder POS. But back when we were with that platform, our entire inventory had been organized by set number, so it wasn't set alphabetical. Oh yeah, no, don't. There's no distraction from the opening. I'm more than happy to answer questions like that for sure. But anyways, back what I was saying is we had our stuff ordered by set number, and you know, so like that's like literally like the set code of the card. So like we were going by that and not by, you know, the alphabetical name of the card, and that just overly complicates things, especially with the way that they have it set up in their back end, where like on your normal order sheets you'll notice sometimes that like older stuff from Odyssey and Onslaught and all those old Magic sets and stuff like that, they won't have set codes, they won't have like a number, and then like when you're talking about like 5th edition where there's not even a number on the card, well then it's even harder to organize at that point. And like honestly, like set alphabetical is just so much easier when it comes to pulling cards all together. But when you're hit with a huge 5,000-6,000 card RI reimbursement invoice, that's when it becomes super valuable to have your stuff organized by condition and then set name. It's very, very helpful. These days, like I said, our pricing mechanisms is set to where we keep our local stock, and when I am not off work and I'm on the clock, the very first thing I do, ooh, borderless Yawgmoth. That's a good looking card. I'm a big fan of that, actually. But you know, I can handle all of our regular non-direct orders, and then I handle our reimbursement invoice on Mondays and Fridays when I'm scheduled, and then days like today where like I'm taking off to go participate in a Flesh and Blood tournament this Saturday, but so I wouldn't normally be here on Wednesday. But you know, I came in and I did it. I did it by myself, and on my off days, our other manager, he does it by himself, and like that's the most ideal setup, I think, is that if you can do that stuff by yourself, and if you got like a part-time employee or something like that, rather than delegating them to that, another Entomb, always happy to see that card. If you can like not delegate them on your on pulling orders and stuff like that, and you can delegate them to putting in more inventory. I feel like that's super efficient. You got someone putting in, oh, foil No Mercy. Mason, Outsiders is not the first draftable set for Flesh and Blood. All of our standard boosters are draftable, at least not the ones that are like Dynasty, Crucible, War, Everfest. Those are all non-draftable sets. Those are expansion sets or supplemental products. But Outsiders is the first draftable set to feature 6 heroes as well as dual class / talent cards. So I think that that's really interesting, and I'm excited to see what that format shapes out to be, because historically, Flesh and Blood draft formats have predominantly been dominated by one archetype. Like the most recent draft set, Uprising, it is a common misconception that while also having some truth to it, that you can just force the aggressive ninja archetype, Phi. You can just force that archetype, and you can expect to do reasonably well. And that while that is true to some degree, it's definitely not true that forcing that deck is going to net you results 100% of the time. And there's been lots of issues with like the past 2 draft sets for Flesh and Blood with only having 3 draftable heroes. It doesn't feel like a diverse draft format, but having 6 heroes and having cards that can be used in 2 different classes means that when you're on pack 1, pick 3, and you pull an Assassin Ranger card, you can keep your options open. And having multiple heroes does the same thing. So what that's going to do is it's going to allow you to keep your options open and kind of like not have to commit to a certain archetype early on. And then B, it is going to also make it harder to get a read on what everybody else is playing. And that can be negative or positive. I don't really know the answer to that question yet, but it could be negative or positive. And we got a foil and line tutor here. Nice and pretty. We've seen that artwork a million times though already. Happy to see it more. I mean, like, tutors getting reprinted is good stuff. Yeah. Proofread the comment. Not really. It's not that big of a deal. But man, I'm hyped about Outsiders. I think it's great because not only is it going to be a freaking delicious draft set. Ooh, Borderless Urza. I know that guy's pricey. He's needed a reprint since he came out, basically. I'm happy to see Outsiders because it's giving love to a few classes that really need it. A few classes that have not been at the top of the metagame since Flesh and Blood came out. Like there's the infamously the Runeblade class has been at the top of the metagame and is the most hated. It's one of my favorite classes. But I like it because it does unfair things and it asks a question and demands an answer. But some of the support that's coming in Outsiders is going to be great too. I'm very excited to see what the new assassin does. We just got our first assassin hero in the last set, Dynasty, and I feel like he was more of a primer for what is to come from the assassin class in general. Because this new assassin, the artwork of it features the legendary boots that we got in Dynasty. So I'm feeling like this new assassin is actually gonna be the real deal. Like Arachne was just the primer, and this new assassin is gonna be legit. Well, we're gonna keep moving along here. Oral Gorger Dragon. That artwork is nice and good. I don't know, is that a reprint artwork or is that new art? Because it's not ringing a bell. Man, every time I pull a Mystic Remora on this stream, I'm like, dang, that artwork looks really good. I'm going to replace my Mystic Remora with that one. And that was like, I opened the normal one and I was like, dang, the artwork's really good. I'm going to replace mine with that. And then I did the same thing with the borderless one. And now I've opened the old bordered one and I think I like that one the best. Right, we got a Jester's Cap and a old bordered foil Sapperling Symbiosis. Oh man, holy crap! I'm gonna have to. I have to do some stuff over here to make sure that I'm not ruining this setup because it's starting to get a little intimidating. I know it's like off camera, it's under me, you can't see it. Another borderless Triskelion. Old border chainer. Always wanted to build a chainer deck, like nightmare deck. Exploration. A nightmare is actually one of my favorite. The card Nightmare is one of my favorite Magic cards ever. I first really got into Magic the Gathering with Khans of Tarkir, or was Khans the first set in that block, or was it Fate Reforged? I think it was Khans, Fate, Dragons. But that's when I first really got into it and wanted to play like a lot. Before I had like bought packs of Core Set 2010 and old stuff like that, like older stuff like that. I didn't get in like OG, like didn't get in with old bordered, even though I prefer old bordered now. That is super hot. That is super hot. Oh, borderless World Gorger Dragon. That's a great looking card. That is just a great looking card. I'm starting to run out of room in my trash can over here. Like I ain't got no more room for trash. 5 cases. We needed 2 trash cans for that. Hunting Grounds. I know that as a desired reprint. Some people wanted that. We got old Cake Snyder back here hanging out now.
Cake, I'm the guy.
Do you want to come guest list or guest spot open a couple of packs real quick while I grab another trash can?
Yeah. Trash can's full already?
Oh yeah, trash can is full.
Cool.
I'm just gonna go grab another one. Make sure to not do what I did and like put the cards, the rares, like right there.
Are you sorting it in any way, or just?
Yeah, it's rares and mythics and borderless foils and then chaff. Yeah.
Cool.
Jake's gonna open up a couple packs while I go grab another trash can. Keep you guys entertained.
Yep, I'm gonna open the best cards.
Hard. What you need to do is you need to open up a foil old border Force of Will, because both Zach and I have gotten one.
Okay. I will make sure I get to do that.
It was after we had been lifting a lot of stuff. We were not the best.
We got High Chapel, Alert, Old Border Nashville, which is cool, Borderless Street Wraith, which is also cool. Not very good. You said you're sorting out the Borderless, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why, but that's what Zach did. So.
No harm, no foul. I got a Old Border Urza. Not
Sick.
foil, though. Another regular check land and a foil terror, which is neat, but not good.
No, not good. I mean, there's like a lot of not good cards, but
I mean, it's cool. Like, they're good cards.
they're good
just
cards.
Not, like, you know,
But not good
not
cards.
good cards.
Yeah.
Drafting this set would probably be awesome.
I'm gonna draft it on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to draft this set. Like, I don't know what that is. I don't think it's good.
Leave Kaylee and the baby at home and come draft it on Saturday.
You know what? As enticing as that sounds, I got a regular Urza.
All right, Jake's killing his box.
Is that like the good besides Force of Will?
Oh, there's plenty of good. But Urza's up there. He was $60 before the set came out for the regular one. So
I got not Force of Will and whatever that is. All right, I got one more pack. I promise it'll be Force of Will or Border Foil.
a borderless foil Force of Will would also be pretty sweet.
Borderless Wrath of God.
Oh, but that's hot.
That's cool. Why do they have flavor text?
That's hot.
Only Wrath of
The
God
flavor
is
text
good.
is different though.
I know, but Wrath of God has to have no flavor text.
I don't know.
Okay, well, that's all I got.
That's all you got. Dang, you out here dropping foils though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's a foil. That's a foil old border mystical tutor. You're crazy.
That's a few dollars.
All right. New trash can acquired. The rest of this 10th box and the next 9 boxes will be able to fit in this trash can. So hopefully that is the last time that I have to get up. We got Mystic Remora out of that pack.
That card's in this set? That's cool.
Oh yeah. The borderless one and the old bordered one are hot.
Nice.
Where'd my rare? Oh wait, no, we got Nut Collector. What?
Is it the first foil printing ever, or is there like a secret layer for it?
There's definitely a secret layer. Not the foil, not the first foil. That's for sure. Glory. Got the old Nut Collector just in case you want to play Squirrel Tribal. We got a Squirrel Tribal player up in here. Ooh, that borderless Mazavith is that's really good. That's really good. Worldly Tutor. Have I pulled all of the tutors so far? Let's see. I know I've gotten Worldly, Enlightened, Mystical, Vampiric, and Gamble. Yeah, I have pulled the whole cycle myself, so that's pretty cool. I'm going to be so burnt out on opening this set that I'm not even going to open up any packs for myself. That's crazy. Body Snatcher. Ooh, Pyre Zombie. Oh my goodness. Some of these packs are a pain. I'm so sick of seeing that card. And a foil Oppression. No more Urza's Blueprints. Bad card. Overmaster. Arcanus, the Omnipotent. This is just making me want to play Magic. Old Border Gamble. But I will not be playing Magic until Friday. And that's okay. Another Mazavith. Shivan Dragon. Man, how long has this stream even been going? I don't really know how to. Oh, whoo. Borderless foil and white and Tudor. That's hot. They just did such a killer job with everything about this set. I love it. It's too good. As I was saying earlier on the stream, I'm really interested to see what the frequency of some of these like heavy hitter cards is going to do to the secondary market. Like, I feel like, as per usual, Force of Will is just not going to get cheaper. The time stretch borderless, sick. Not as good. I think the normal artwork is like way better than the borderless, but it's still sick. Wouldn't be disappointed if I pulled one. I think Force of Will is going to be the old untouchable. Like, a couple weeks after the set drops, it's going to be $80+ again. Just because it's Force of Will, baby. But the rest of this stuff, I'm really curious as to what it's going to be doing. Like Worldly Tutor, sub $20. Vampiric Tutor, sub $30. Sub 20 maybe. I don't know. It seems like the frequency of the rares and the mythics and Hello. I'm back. I'm back. All right, cool. Yeah, a little wireless receiver died there. Thanks, Kevin. I would not have noticed because I don't take a look at the audio mixer at all. I was just saying before I pulled this card that I needed to see another Urza's incubator for our old pre-sale, but I ended up pulling the borderless one instead of the normal one, which is a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. But we're back. Got another last chance. A lull foil. All right. Keep moving. Keep powering through these last 9 boxes out of 5 cases. 5 whole cases. I do hope that opening up this much creates a good argument for us to keep opening more. I would really like, ooh, that borderless gamble's freaking sick. Really like for our business to be financially justified to open up more cards for singles in the future. Opening is a great way to stock product, especially if you do it en masse and you're opening up 5 to 20 cases of new sets. Maybe not for every game, but for Magic, for Pokemon. Now I'm like, you know, trying to keep my fanboy Flesh and Blood stuff a little toned down, but Flesh and Blood does very well. Especially our singles market is doing really well right now as well. We got a foil old border gemstone mine. It's a beautiful card. I mean, we've seen gemstone mine in old bordered since it came out. So it's nothing crazy special, but still beautiful to see a brand new near mint one. That's for sure. So, oh yeah, that is the, okay, cool. And Sucker Shade and Duck Butter foil. Duck butter is a commonly used term around here at Cardinal, as describing something that is not desirable and or like bad in general. Like nobody gonna want it. All right, I got a Wrath of God. Keep moving. Well, I'll tell you what, stocks on the Elvish Spirit Guides are going down. I've opened up so many of them. Spinal Embrace. Brutal looking card. The spinal creature. Symbiote-looking kind of creature on the artwork of that card reminds me of the new artwork for Skull Clamp from Warhammer 40k. I think it was the Imperium deck. It had the sweet Skull Clamp artwork. I'm a big fan of all the artwork from that set. I think they hit it out of the park with the first Universes Beyond full product. I think they did a really good job on that set. And your boy is infinitely hyped for Lord of the Rings. We got an old bordered Force of Will. It's like the 12th Force of Will that's been pulled on this stream easily in 5 cases. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Force of Will is finally going down. Maybe finally Wizards was just like, all right, we need to do something about this card. We need to reprint it into Oblivion so that you can buy Force of Will for $40. If I can buy Force of Will for under $50, I'm buying so many copies. Every copy I can get my hand on. Look at that one Board Muse. That is crazy, beautiful looking artwork. Almost all of the borderless cards I'm like super impressed with. I think the Time Stretch is the only one that I'm like, kind of miss on the artwork. Keep over there. Got the Ons sitting in one place for too long. Street Wraith and a Mind Slicer. Enlightened Tutor. This is just such a pleasant opening experience. Let me tell you. Like, even opening up so many cases on my own, like, pretty sure Zack got through half of it and I did the other half. And even opening up so much on my own, it's like still, hey, like, I just open up an opposition, or just open up a Force of Will, or open up a Nerza. Like, still really cool. I think it's a great opening experience. And I think that Wizards just did a freaking phenomenal job with this set. Whoever designed this set or curated this set, and whoever's project this was, I mean, kudos to you, for real. This is, if, you know, for any reason you guys are out there watching this, it's a great product. This is the direction that Magic needs to keep heading. It needs to keep heading in this direction. If it keeps heading in this direction, we're going to bounce right back. All that negative talk, all the quote-unquote bad publicity, drawing in new players because they just saw Magic the Gathering on the news. They didn't care that Bank of America was calling it Magic the Slathering. There's our regular Urza's Incubator. Happy to see it. And a foil Lotus Blossom. But all that negative talk, people don't realize that this is such a strong IP. It's such a strong IP that freaking Hasbro, like the biggest toy manufacturer in the world. I don't know if they're actually the biggest toy manufacturer in the world. I'd assume they are. That's the only like toy manufacturer that I know of by name. Bought this cardboard game because they had belief in it, and though they're pulling the wrong strings and doing the wrong things right now, trust me, it is only temporary. I think 2023 we'll see a dramatic reversal in Magic. And we'll get back to the way that things were. And I think we might even have another boom. It's my personal take. We might even have another boom. Late 2018, early 2019 boom. I think it's possible that happens again. And we're going back to Phyrexia. Phyrexia is a freaking sweet plane. Oh, dude, this pack is busted. This pack is busted. Entomb and the foil borderless Vampiric Tutor. Like, imagine opening that pack during a draft. Like, that's... Look at that. That is the hottest card. That's the hottest card in the set. That's the hottest card in the set. Friggin' Force of Will is hot, but gosh dang it, that is just gorgeous. That is freaking amazing. I love that card. But we gotta keep moving. What the heck is all this? Oh. The stuff that needs to be pulled for pre-sale. That's what that is. All right. Well, that was a great box. It would not be financially responsible for me to buy a box of this set right now, but sitting here and cracking these packs, sheesh. It is hard for me to not try and justify buying a box of this set. But I'll probably ultimate. Vamp always gets radar. You're right. You're right. I'm not like over the moon with the most recent artwork with the skull. That's the normal normal artwork in this set, and it was in Commander Legends. The thing was that was the debut of that work, was Commander Legends. I'm not like in love with that one. I think it's like maybe the weakest one thus far. But dang, that new borderless one is just friggin' excellent. Exploration. Right after a test of endurance. This is already a pretty good box. Lotus Blossom. Old border. Royal Assassin, and a Dark Butter Foil. Grim Lava Mancer borderless. That's a really good looking artwork. Big fan of that. Like I said, I think the only miss for me as far as borderless artwork goes, and it's not even a true miss because it's still good art, it's just not as good as the normal printing, is time stretch. I think that normal printing time stretch is just freaking fantastic. So it's gonna look really good in old border. And I can't remember if I've pulled one or not. Isolated Chapel in old border, but old border time stretch from this set. It's gonna be sick. Got that art in foil form with Eternal Masters. It looks a lot better. Let's see. I got Solkanar and a Dark Butterfoil. Yeah, I believe it. I believe that it looks a lot better. I haven't opened up any Eternal Masters in a long time. Another Worldly Tutor. Forgotten Ancient. Old Border Test of Endurance. That's a great looking card. I swear there's just some art that looks better, 100% better on Old Border. I think most art looks 100% better on Old Border. I'm a big fan of the Old Border cards. Did not grow up with those cards. Like I said, I didn't really get in until Cons Block. That's when I really got in deep. And since then, I've been in and out several times. But this set is reigniting my enthusiasm to great lengths. Got a Mystic Remora. It's a pretty good box, I gotta say. Right. Rift. Our first arguably doo-doo rare so far. Borderless Enlightened Tutor again. Looking smexy. Did you hear me out here earlier bringing smexy back, Jake?
I did not hear that, but I did see some comments about that.
You remember bringing smexy back? You remember smexy?
Oh. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a gamer myself. I understand Smexy.
Was that the first sentence that Kaylee said to you? Yours says smexy. Foil Sylvan Library. It's just a normal print, but still smexy.
Are you going beast mode right now?
Dude, I am going beast mode. I would say that I have been going beast mode. I've been going beast mode since I pulled that the foil old board force wheel.
I was not going beast mode. I was mild.
I just hope I pull another one so I can rub it in Zack's face and be like, ha ha. Because that's exactly what he'd do.
You would definitely do that.
Pyro zombie. Alright. This box is not going beast mode so far. Stroke of Genius. Old border. Sneak attack. Goblins versus a dragon. You know, if that were like historically accurate, I just don't think that the goblins would do too well. Like, I think that the dragon would absolutely freaking demolish the goblins. Like, goblins versus dragons. You know, dual decks, elves versus goblins. That's believable. That's believable lore. But you got a huge beast with supposedly hardened scales that are as thick as chainmail, and a couple of little angry dudes going ring. I think the dragon would win. Absorb. All right, we're falling off on this box a little bit. We need to get something good. Right as I say that, the old border Urza's incubator shows itself again. Let's go. It's seemingly a difficult card to pull. It feels like the mythic that I've seen the least of. Well, with that pull, it might be the mythic that I've seen the second least of. I've seen only 2 Force of Wills, I think. So, Legacy Weapon. But there's been plenty of Force of Wills earlier on in the stream as well. Got a Body Snatcher and a Duck Barter foil. Sulphur Falls. A High Tide and a Lieutenant Kirtar. An old board. Absorb. And last pack of this box, and then we're moving on to the final box of the second to last case, meaning that after our next box, we are on our final case. Let's see here. We got a Lotus Blossom and a foil Wrath of God. Very sick. You know, after you've worked in a high volume store for a long time, especially like I've bought collections for this business that were full of cards that I like never even thought that I would get to hold with my own hands in person. It becomes hard to be excited about like new stuff. But this set is giving me that excitement. So that's a testament to just how good of a job they've done. Weak. Old bordered overfold cemetery. Really like that. Really like that artwork too. The borderless one's fire as well. Stroke of Genius and a Wormfang Drake foil. Blamo. Another Phantom Nishoba. Cat Beast Spirit. Another Boil Chainer. Or foil, not boil. Starting to get the goofy brain from opening up so many packs. Sulfuric Vortex in Old Border. Some of these packs just like fall right apart. Some of them are tough. Some of them fall apart. Sulfuric Vortex and a Dragon Engine foil, not Ramos. Not Ramos Dragon Engine, just Dragon Engine. Absorb Old Border. Man, this box, not amazing so far. So I feel like we're gonna have to eventually get some good hits. Ooh, Borderless Hunting Grounds. It's always like right when I start talking smack that the set just turns around and rewards us. Like, what are you doing? Bird's Paradise? A borderless foil, or not borderless, old bordered foil cryptic Great Gateway. Fantastic looking card. Right, here's our third Force of Will. No, it's just a glory. It's going to be in the next case, the second borderless foil Force of Will. Old Border Nut Collector, that's pretty sweet. Umbilicus and a foil Chain Lightning. We're looking up to be about 350 foils. Another borderless Entomb and a borderless Chainer's Edict. Love that borderless Entomb artwork. Maybe if I saw it in foil, I'd like it better than the Vamp Tutor, but Vamp Tutor's got it for me right now. Like, that's the best feeling that I've had opening up these packs. So I'm going to use that as my barometer for what is my favorite. I got the most excited about the foil borderless Vamp Tutor. I was pretty excited about the Force of Will as well, but that's just strictly out of value. Sometimes I wish I could open up cards and not, like, off the top of my head know their value. There was a time where I could open up cards and be like, oh, is this a good card? Is this a good card? And like, sometimes, occasionally, I wish I could go back to that. There's something about being a little naive that makes doing stuff like this way more exciting. Sapperling Symbiosis again. Stroke of Genius. Lyrodon Rare. And a Battle Screech foil. That sorter is going to have its work cut out for it, though. I'll tell you what. I'd go ahead and jump out on a limb, say that I will probably be hand sorting some of this tomorrow as well. Gotta get as much of this in as humanly possible for release weekend. Get them sales in. Denizen of the Deep, Borderless. That's amazing artwork as well. That thing is just terrifying. Woodland Cemetery and a Corrosion Restore foil. Overmaster. Another old border gemstone mine. Zer. One of those classic commanders in Esper colors. Flame Tongue Kabu and a Divine Sacrament. And a foil Clifftop Retreat. That's pretty cool. Body Snatcher. Sick of seeing that card. Don't want to see it anymore. Like Echo, just bad. All right, another mystical tutor. Let's go. Happy to see tutors all day long. Force of Will. Let's go. It's getting close between Force of Will and Urza's Incubator as being like the hardest cards to pull, I think. Oh, well, I spoiled this one. We got an Isolated Chapel and then a beautiful, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful card. Borderless Foil Gemstone Mine. That is a beautiful freaking card. Holy crap. That's gonna be up there for me. It's like one of my favorite cards in the set. That's a great artwork, and in foil looks even better. I am not like the biggest fan of foil treatment on a lot of cards, but there are cards that do it justice. They do it right. There are games that do it right too. I love Cold Foil and Flesh and Blood. Go ahead and slide those out of the way. That's the way, is keep that insert on top of the packs and then dump them out and slide them. Speaking of Borderless Gemstone Mine, got another one, back to back. Oh, this pack is giving me trouble. You know, I ate lunch before I jumped on this stream. I'm already hungry again.
Do you want to leave early to take packages?
Yep. That is fine by me. And then a foil legacy weapon. That's a pretty good pack. Sabine's Reclamation and a legacy weapon. Like a lot.
The coat work with several boxes.
Okay. Should be fine. Our island was upside down. Weird. Solar Blast foil. Whew. Another Vampiric Tutor. Like, let's get another like really heavy hitter in here, like a borderless foil Urza, or like something, or like old bordered foil Urza. We can do that. We're in good shape with this box. This box will be fire. Old border gamble. Sneak attack. This box is doing really good. Doing really good with this box already. Amazed at this, dude. Keeps going. Like, Jester's Cap, borderless. Another great artwork. Great borderless artwork.
Probably, but it's
Body Snatcher, okay. Maybe the box is gonna slow down now. Shivan Dragon, yeah. Yawgmoth, okay, picking back up, We got some steam rolling. Body Snatcher, Renewed Faith. Isolated Chapel. The Jester's Cap is sick. Street Wraith, Old Border Umbilicus. Alright. I'm getting like mixed signals from this box. It feels fire, and then it feels not fire. Absorb. And we're in a not fire phase right now. Oh, foil exploration. It's very sick. Very sick. Okay, so are we starting back up that fire? Starting back up that fire right now? Lotus Blossom. Clifftop Retreat. Tell you what, excited to go home and finish my playthrough of Fallout 3. I got Glory, because I'm not going to be able to play Magic today. That's the only other thing that I would want to do when I get home today, is play Magic, and I won't be doing that, so Probably be finishing my playthrough of Fallout 3 and watching the latest Netflix original Wednesday because it's a very good show. It gives me big Harry Potter vibes, and being a kid that grew up watching every single Harry Potter movie in theaters, no matter what, I'm very excited
Oh, it's like a.
about Wednesday because it feels very Harry Potter-like. Decimate. All right. Vamp Tutor. That's a double Vamp Tutor box. Like you just value. Sulfuric Vortex. Duck Butter Foil. Like, let me hit something really, really, really stupidly hot in this box, and it might be the best box. Old Border Exploration. Okay. This might be in contention for our best box. Might be. I'm gonna have to like go back and like scrub through all of the hits and find out like which ones Zack got and like which ones I got, and then like do the average value across both of our openings and like prove that I outvalued him with my opening skills. Okay, Oversold Cemetery. Old bordered foil. Very hot looking. There we go. Very hot looking. Gamble. What time is it right now, Jake?
2:30.
Oh, I got plenty of time. Woo! Old bordered Sylvan Library. This box just became busted. Umbilicus. Ornithopter foil. 2 packs left. Borderless Flametongue Kavu and a Borderless Mystic Remora. It literally, like, this last pack can't have anything in it. It literally can't. Yeah, I was right. It couldn't have anything in it. It's not really possible. We pulled too much value already. That has to be our best box so far. We got Mystic Remora, Borderless Sylvan Library, Gamble, Birds, Crawl Space, Borderless Exploration, Vamp, a Borderless Arborea. I don't even know where that's at right now off the top of my head. A Glory, freaking Yawgmoth, Jester's Cap, Mazavith, Sneak Attack, Old Border Gamble, another Vamp, Borderless, Old Border Glory, Worldly Tutor, and a Borderless Gemstone Mine. This is a great box. A great freaking box. What a way to start off the last case. That was the first box of the last case. Just a reminder. So now we move on to the second box of this last case. Like, hopefully the rest of this case is that hot fire, because that's just gonna create a deeper argument to open more. We got plenty of this set. We're opening 35 boxes today, but we got much more where that came from. Some of it for sale, some of it for draft, some of it to open. I think we're doing really well as far as value goes, and it's going to create a great incentive to open more. Open more, sell more singles. Get more singles on the market. Get more people in here playing. We got a big event coming up for Magic, by the way. For those of you still tuned in, if you are into competitive play, we do have a modern RCQ for the DreamHack series. They're holding a regional championship. Old Border Mystical Tutor. Love to see that. And we're hosting a regional championship qualifier here. In addition to the prize kit that DreamHack has given us, we're going to add in $1,000. Borderless Nut Collector. Really goofy artwork. Not sure how I feel about it. I think I like the original better. That might be another miss on the borderless sphere for me. But yeah, we're going to throw a 1K. It's going to be our second 1K technically. Our second of 2023 and our second ever. We are, here in just a couple of weeks, we're doing a 1K for Flesh and Blood for their Pro Quests. Looking like attendance on that is going to be very good. And we're hyped about that. So we decided to go ahead and throw one for Magic as well. It's been like difficult in our position to like kind of commit to that heavy of price support for competitive Magic, because it seems like the scene for competitive Magic in Louisville is spread thin, not necessarily monopolized, but like, you know, other stores in the city have a large player base. We don't have a large player base for competitive players. We would like to change that, kind of share some of that with the other stores in the city. And I think the first step to that is having a good singles inventory. And the second step to that is throwing large cash tournaments that people can win money at. Because if you can win money, people usually come. Hey everyone, came in late. How are the polls going so far? What box number are we on? We are on box 31. And the pulls so far have been great. Our biggest hitters so far, we have gotten 2 of the borderless, or not, old bordered foil Force Wills, and then old bordered foil birds. I don't know what the birds is doing right now as far as financial value goes, but it does appear that they're doing well. I'm personally excited about that pull. Old border foil Mystical Tutor as well. My favorite pull so far, I think, is the borderless foil Vamp. Old bordered birds, not foil on that one, but still sick. Mark pull artwork is great. But yeah, Ray, our pulls have been fantastic. I have a lot of enthusiasm about this set, and like, I am going to struggle to not personally spend more money than I should opening up sealed for this, because this is on the business's dollar. We're doing this for the business. This ain't for me. But yeah, we got 5 boxes left after this one. Thank you for stopping by and checking out the stream. Just a rundown of what I've been doing. I've just been putting my rare, my mythic, or my nice foil right there while I'm opening up the next pack, because we're kind of speed running at this point. Or is it blueprints? And I know the description says Zack, but my name's not Zack. It is Austin. Zack started out the stream today and had to bounce out of here, so I took over. And here we are. Mystical Tutor. Ray, as I've been kind of like saying on the stream a little frequently, we are very curious as to what the value of these cards are going to be. Seems like the tutors are being pulled very frequently. Dark Depths being pulled pretty frequently. The check lands being pulled. Foil Arborea and an isolated chapel out of the pack. Arborea borderless, looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Old border Triskelion. From what I have seen and heard, it is hard to have a bad box this set. Like a truly terrible box. Like it feels like there's always some sort of hit. You may never get your you may not get your money back on every single box, but that's okay. That's just, you know, that's just life. Borderless Worldly Tutor. But it seems like the average value coming out of these boxes is very good. Cryptic Gateway. Just feels like maybe maybe they're trying to lower the price on these singles, make it more accessible for people. Last Chance, Old Border. Big fan of the design space of that card once again. Every time it comes up, I gotta say something. Love Last Chance. Spinal Embrace. Got 4 more boxes to go after this one. And then for the rest of the evening, I'll be getting our pre-sales sorted and ready to ship. Old Border Inline Tutor. And making sure that our sorter, our card sorter, is running these brand new Dominaria Remastered cards through and getting them sorted and ready for sale. I'm gonna keep that thing running. Borderless Chainer's Edict and a Mind Slicer. Foil Hide Tide, aka Duck Butterfoil. That's nice to hear. So the collector boxes have exclusives. You can pull all the retro frame in draft. That is information that I don't have off of the top of my head. I don't think the collector's boxes have exclusives. Like if we take a look at this box, we got an Nantucket Shade and Old Border retro frame. And then you typically get an Old Bordered Land in the back of the pack. This pack had a foil in it in place of the other Old Border. So maybe this pack won't have a foil, and I can show you what the actual structure is. It appears that you have, well, Borderless Mystical Tutor. That's hot. Yeah, you got your rare slot, and then behind your rare slot, you got your Old Border, and then your land. Your basic lands are almost all Old Border. I don't think I've seen a regular basic land. Maybe full art lands are in the collector's boxes. I don't know. I did not get to open a collector's box. Zack opened up a collector's box yesterday. I think that is on the channel if you wanted to open that, or if you wanted to watch him open that. Foil Old Bordered Savannah Lines. Like, such a basic card with basic artwork, but still just a classic. All right, last pack of the 5th to last box here. Denizen of the Deep, nothing special. That box was a little bit weaker than what we're used to, so I mean, it's possible you whiff on a box, that's for sure. But honestly, with the way that these boxes are priced, I'm happy with it. I think the price point is really good for what you're getting. Well, this box seemed to have gotten a little dinged up. Hopefully it didn't damage any of the booster packs. So go ahead and get right into cracking. This is our 4th to last box. Yeah, I don't think that there's anything like any exclusive foils or anything like that. I haven't seen anything about serialized cards being in the collector's box. Ooh! Woo! That is insane looking artwork on that No Mercy. I love that. I haven't seen this card. Like, not even during preview, so, wow. That's really good looking. That might take my preference over the Vamp, really. That's crazy looking artwork. But the Vamp and foil is, it's too good. The Vamp and foil is way too good. Borderless Decimate. That's a good looking card too. I think there's only a few of the borderless cards. I've identified a couple now that I'm not like a huge fan of. Old Border Entomb, love to see it. And then Old Border Foil Arcanus, the Omnipotent, that one. Enterlin Harbor. I got the phone going off, kind of check. Let's see here. Sorry, had to check the old phone. Opposition. Keep it rolling here. I'm trying to move this stack to where I'm not over the cards again. Zack's little setup here is interesting. It's all nice and zoomed in and stuff, which I guess is good, but makes it hard to find a place to put these cards, showcase them while I'm doing my like pseudo sorting. Another Urza's Incubator. Okay, I think that the myth of Urza's Incubator being the hardest mythic to pull might be debunked at this point. I think I'm gonna have to go back to Force of Will. Like, of course they would make Force of Will the hardest one to pull, because it's Force of Will. A High Tide Borderless and a Rith the Awakener. Helm of Awakening in Old Border. Original artwork. Looking good. Order Sold Cemetery. And a Duck Butter foil out of that heck. Borderless Helmet of Awakening. I guess that's sick. I guess it looks pretty sweet. I'm like in love with it, but got a gemstone mine out of that pack. Oh. Opposition. An Old Border. Featuring Urza and Mishra about to slap each other. Test of Endurance. Grim Lavamancer. Overprinted Cemetery. Yeah. Been quite a few of them, that's for sure. Spinal Embrace. Ooh, Old Border Hunting Grounds. You know, I'm gonna like go out on a limb and say that that is maybe my least favorite Old Border in the set. I think I prefer the Borderless. Something about that is just not doing it for me. Beans Reclamation. Oh goodness, pack's giving me trouble. Oh, sorter's done. Triskelion. Arborea. Like the Urza's Incubator is carrying this box, I think. Ooh, that Borderless Windborne Muse. That's great artwork. That's stellar Borderless artwork. Forgotten Ancient, and I'm going to showcase that little Elvish Spirit guy in Old Border, because I love that card. Even though the stonks on it are definitely going down for this reprint for sure. Flame Tongue Kabu, and a Solkanar, and a foil Vamp. Very nice. We got Vamp Tutor for days. Got an Entomb. So how's Kentucky going? Well, I mean, Kentucky is Kentucky. Got a Woodland Cemetery Old Border there. I think that it's going all right for now. Can't say anything too negative about it. It is my home. I'm somewhat proud to be from here. Things are going smoothly business-wise, at least to my knowledge. Borderless Urza's Incubator. Okay, now we're really carrying the box with Urza's Incubator, and we are really excited to draft this set on Friday. I got an opposition. Really excited to draft this set on Friday, and we think it's going to be a lot of fun. Mind Slicer and Old Border. Got 3 more boxes after this, so bear with me. Even though it feels like the pulls just never stop. Got a Kamal Fisticrosa. OG Kamal. Helm of Awakening. Last pack magic on this one. I would really love to see another foil Old Bordered Force of Will, so that I can just, like, you know, tell Zack that I pulled better than him. But we got the Borderless Gamble out of that box. Go ahead and set these aside. Gamble was the last pull out of my last box, too. All right, third to last box. Out of 5 cases, 35 boxes of Dominaria Remastered. Going back to the classic 36-pack draft booster. We're gonna go with our old alley-oop. Get right into this box. We're speeding through these last packs because I'm tired, I'm hungry. I love opening cards, but I gotta get these sorted and get them ready for sale on Friday. Cryptic Gateway. We might have to acquire another 5,000 count box. Looks like Sylvan Library. Card has needed a reprint for so long now, feels like. Windborn Muse, Duck Butter Foil. Borderless Chainer. Borderless Chainer's Edict, and then a Worldly Tutor in Retro Frame, or Old Border. I'll just say Old Border. Retro Frame, same thing. Spinal Embrace. Blah, blah, blah. And another Worldly Tutor, but this time in New Border Foil. Pretty sick looking. Alright. Crawl Space. Let's tidy that up a little bit. Just a tad. Maze of Ith, Old Border. Cryptic Gateway, and a Duck Butter Foil. Divine Sacrament. Borderless Last Chance. Alright. Grim Lavamancer and Old Border. That artwork's beautiful too. Big fan of that. Gauntlet of Power. Denizen of the Deep, and a foil Mind Stone. Dude, the Old Border Jester's Cap there, Mason. That's freaking sweet. Borderless Birds. One of many that I've opened. Also not like a favorite of mine. I prefer Mark Cole's artwork. Sorry, Daryl Rochi. Hinterland Harbor. And a Siege Gang Commander in Borderless Foil. I'm not going to showcase that one because it's not crazy or anything, but... Lieutenant Kirtar. I'm going to need another 5K. That's crazy. Hey, there we go. Old Border Urza. That's a very, very good pull. Mind Slicer. Duck Butter Foil. Borderless Street Wraith, Body Snatcher. I gotta go get another 5K box after this pack, because unfortunately for the last 2 and 3, or one third of a box. I'm not gonna be able to fit it in my current 5K. So we got Rith the Awakener and an Old Border Juggernaut foil. I'm gonna go get another 5,000 count box. Put this one back there with our other 5,000 count box. Ugh. Let me see. I'm gonna see if I can get pre-built one. Doesn't look like there is one. What? Build one real quick. I've got a half-built one. I'm just gonna add the dividers into it for time's sake. So we don't want to go too much longer than we have to. Yes, not opening packs, but we're a building 5Ks channel now. 5,000 count boxes. If you want to learn how to build good 5,000 count boxes, you come to my stream. You come to my stream and I'll show you how to build a good 5,000 count box. I'll show you how to take a crappy 5,000 count box and turn it into a beautiful 5,000 count box. That's what we do here on Cardinal Gaming, on the Cardinal Gaming YouTube channel when Austin's in charge. Mason's in charge, he's gonna open up some Pokemon. Me, I'm gonna build some freaking 5,000 count boxes, dude. And maybe a little bit of opening every now and then. Open some Magic. Really like to get some Flesh and Blood opened up on the channel as well. So maybe we'll maybe for Outsiders release we'll be busting a couple cases of that. Get that opened up. Showcase that. All right. Last 5,000 count box to be built for show. We're gonna keep running through these packs. Clean up our situation here. Old boards are drill. Rail. Oh, man. Gemstone mine. Old Border Hinterland Harder. Borderless Siege Gang Commander. Yeah, dude, he's scary. Oversold Cemetery.
You just gonna be staying until you're done?
Well, I came in late today, remember? Lyra Dawnbringer. Fire Zombie. Grim Lavamancer. Fiends. Royal Assassin. Was that box good? Oh, the Urza. Urza made it good. And still in library. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've opened up a truly bad box. Like, miss on the value sometimes a little bit, but that's just gonna happen, right? But in terms of playable good cards, every box has had something. Second to last box here. Glory. And a grape shot foil. Another borderless Entomb. I feel like Entomb is going to be like $15 friggin' dollars after this reprint. Umbilicus. Sub $10 Entomb. Let's go. Forgotten Ancient. Oh. Sulfuric Vortex and a foil gemstone mine. Very nice. Gamble. I'll move these up a little bit so they stay on the screen a little bit better. Sulfur Falls. I'll tell you what, right now is going to be a really, really good time to buy checks. They're going to be really cheap, and you should scoop them up. That one, Old Border Vampiric Tutor, very hot looking. Would be even crazier if they used the borderless artwork on the retro frame. That would, without a doubt, be my favorite card. Stroke of Genius. Another one of those fancy borderless Gauntlet of Powers. Like, I know some people are going to say that they hate that artwork, without a doubt, but I think it's smexy. Woodland Cemetery and a foil Old Border Mesa Enchantress. Old Border Gemstone. Royal Assassin. Overmaster. I've spoiled this one, but holy freaking crap, it's a foil borderless Urza's Incubator. That's dummy sick. Like, that's so hot. Oh, LP. There. There's his blueprints. Ew. Honestly, that card should be like uncommon at best, if not common. And then another one right afterwards. That's crazy to me. Absorb? Borderless. Borderless Absorb. Mystical Tutor and an Avon Fate Shaper foil. Arcades Sabbath and Old Bordered. Don't think I have gotten one of those so far. If I have, I haven't paid attention. Lyra Dawnbringer. Again, many of her, she is going to go from being like 10, 12 bucks to probably 3 or 4. I pulled so many. Isolated Chapel. Another thing too, checks are going to be like 2 or 3 bucks. Maybe even cheaper. Saproling Symbiosis. Sulcanar. Ugh. Plainton Kavu, that chick, and a foil Denizen of the Deep. Wow. A borderless Wrath of God. That, you know, Jake was up here, wow, I'm fumbling. Jake was up here talking trash about the flavor text on that Wrath of God, but that's some pretty, like, brutal flavor text, if you ask me. Each side prayed for the gods to smile the other. In the end, all their prayers were answered. That is brutal, and I love it. And another Wrath of God in Old Border, right, back to back. That's our second, like, back-to-back pull. We've had a couple of them, actually. Forgotten Ancient. Zer. Decimate and Mason's favorite borderless and foil Jester's Cap. Very sweet looking and foil. Spinal Embrace. How many cases have been opened so far? I'm on the very last case. We're actually about to open up the last box here in a second. Another borderless Sylvan library. And if you have questions about like pull rates and stuff like that, let me tell you. If you're able to open en masse like this, the pull rates are very good. Entomb right after a borderless Sylvan library. The draft boxes are amazing. I'm gonna like have a really hard time not spending more money than I should financially responsibly spend on this set. It's really good. Opposition. That was our last pack of the second to last box, and now we move on. And then there was one. You know, this is our last box of the stream. Thank you for everyone who's tuning in. Let's get the chat to bless this box and you know, get me that second Old Border, or the third Old Border foil Force of Will. We're at you know, we're at 2 Old Border foil Force of Wills currently. And it is my personal mission to make sure that I pull better than Zack. So let's get that last one. If I do that, it's game over. It's not even a contest, right? All right. Old Border Wall Guardian Dragon. Very sick looking artwork on that card. Wrath of God. Right, the box is already off to a strong start, and I like that. It seems like the good boxes are busted, so. Borderless Triskelion, not like the best card ever, but still pretty sick. Old Border of Mystic Ramona. I wonder what this reprint's gonna do to Mystic Ramona. I mean, for a while it's been like plus $10, so. Sapperling Symbiosis. That's interesting to me. Just really curious about what this is gonna do to market. Borderless High Tide and a regular Royal Gorger Dragon. Enlightened Tutor. How cool would it be to open up a box and just get like a cycle of tutors out of the entire box? Like, that's gonna happen to someone. And that's gonna be really cool. Exploration. Nantucko Shade. Or Nantuko. Nut Collector. So one case will return the investment. I don't want to like give you financial advice necessarily, but in my experience, having opened up like 2.5 cases, maybe 3. I can't remember how many boxes I started with. I know it was a lot. I think that you'd probably, if you open good, you're gonna be happy. And that's before any secondary market dips. So I think that the frequency of the pulls and like the tutors, Urza's Incubator, like the good mythics, Borderless Mesavith, are like they're very frequent. So it may be you might equal a positive return on investment on one case like this weekend, but next weekend the market may decide that Vampiric Tutor is no longer a $40 card, and then it's a $15, $20, $25 card, and then maybe you lose out that way. I don't know. It's really hard to say, but all I can say is that I've had a very pleasant opening experience with this set. We've gotten some really heavy hitters. The foil Force of Wills are great. All of the incubators that I've opened, especially the borderless foil one, like Old Border Foil Windborn Muse. That's pretty hot looking. What's the top chase card? Is it the Force Will? Yeah, definitely, for sure. The Old Border Foil Force Will. The last time we looked, it was a little bit more than the borderless foil Force Will, but Force of Will is by far the best card in the set financially. And like I've said like multiple times on this stream that no matter how many freaking times they reprint that card, like every single time they reprint it, it's never dips below $80. If it does dip below $80, it's like very briefly that it dips below $80, and then it's just a freaking $80 card again. And it appears, Sarah Avatar, I don't think I've opened up one of those. If I have, I've completely forgotten about it. But like Force of Will's freaking Force of Will, it's an amazing card. It's highly sought after. If you have blue in your colors at all, in like any Eternal format, like Force of Will is just like automatically like something that you're going to consider. Old Border Chainer. And like it seems like it gets pulled less frequently than the other mythics. Urza is another card that seems like it gets pulled less frequently than the other mythics, and Yawgmoth as well. So I'd say like the hardest mythics in the set, just base rarity, probably Force Will, Urza, Yawgmoth, and Incubator. Like, I pulled a concentrated amount of incubators, but we weren't pulling them for like a while. And I didn't hear Zack saying anything about him pulling any, so. Jester's Cap. But this set, I think, priced at where it's at right now. I don't know what the boxes are doing on TCG Player. I haven't looked. But where it's priced at right now, I think it was like 175, 180 is what MSRP is. And I think that at that price, draft boxes are incredible value. Changing the art and maintaining collector's value is the main principle. Yeah, I agree. But then you have something like, for example, Magic 30. You got Birds with the original pull artwork in original retro frame. And then literally 2 months later, foil retro frame Birds with Mark Pohl's artwork, has his signature on there and everything. Like, you know, it's things like that, I guess. God, that's the one card you don't want to see is Blueprints. Urza's Blueprints is not a good card. And they should have made it an uncommon or a rare, or not a rare, a common in this set. It should not have been a rare. That's a waste of a rare slot. They could have put anything else in that. They could have freaking put Rat Colony in there, made it a rare, and it'd be better than Urza's Incubator. Or not Incubator, freaking Blueprints. Urza's Blueprints. Hey, Old Board Gauntlet of Power. Happy to see that. We are 4 packs away from being done with the final box of this 5-case opening, ladies and gentlemen. Siege Gang Commander. And let's get in here. Overmaster. All right, we don't want to spoil anything. I've been spoiling myself on like all my boxes. Mystic Remora, that's a good one. Chain Lightning, and a Duress foil in Old Border, so not the best. And this is the last pack, ladies and gentlemen, of the Dominaria Remastered 5-case opening. Opened up whole 35 boxes. I only opened up like 26 of them. So Zack opened up 11 boxes and I opened up 26. He said he opened up, I don't even remember how many, but we're gonna open this guy up. Oh God. Denizen of the Deep was our rare. Oh God. Last pack duck butter. Hey, but that's all right. I mean, you know, out of five cases, you get some like ridiculously hot foils. And that's not including, like, we have this whole stack of rares and mythics. And this stack has Urza's Incubators in it. It's got friggin' all the tutors in it, everything. And then we got this this here fat stack of foils. So, all right, well, thank you everyone for tuning into this. It's just one of those spur of the moment things where we're like, hey, we're gonna be busting 5 cases. Why not do it on stream? But it's been fun chatting with you guys, and hope to do it again here soon. Next one should be Phyrexia, and we'll see you then. Peace.